Hello everyone, welcome to Simplilearn's YouTube channel. Today, we'll be learning complete HTML and CSS. Before we begin, I would like to inform you guys that we have daily updates on multiple technologies. So do subscribe to our channel to never miss out on an update. Let's discuss the agenda for this tutorial. We'll start with discussing HTML in 10 minutes. Then we'll move forward to discuss HTML classes and IDs, drop down in HTML, content boxes in HTML, how to create image slider and navigation bar in HTML, and how to create HTML registration form. After grasping all the essential theoretical concepts, we'll design a full-fledged web page using the concepts that you learned above. We'll go through some of the important interview questions in HTML and discuss some skills that will help you become a front-end web developer. We'll end the session with web development roadmap.
Now, what exactly is the basic web architecture? Now, web architecture is made up of three essential elements. That's the website, that is the front end of a web application that is visible to the user. Then there is the server, which constitutes the back end of a web application and holds and manages all the data. And finally, there's the IP address, that is the address assigned to a website in order to be accessible on the internet. First up, let's have a look at what website is. So your browser starts by loading the main HTML file and then the CSS and JavaScript. The user interacts with the website and is not concerned with the backend of an application. Now, secondly, we have the server. Once you've developed your website, you'll have to host it on your server to make it accessible on the internet. Server, along with the database, contains all the data of a website and facilitates user interaction. Lastly, there's IP address, which is the third element of the web architecture. Now, website is hosted on an IP address. We put a domain name over that IP address the same way we put names over people's phone numbers. When you type a domain name in the browser, it will give you the server call. The server will then send over the website to you. Next, what is HTML? HTML is the most widely used markup language for developing and structuring web pages on the internet. It defines the structure of websites and formats these web pages. So what exactly is CSS then? Now, CSS is a simple design language used for making web pages look more beautiful and presentable. It can be attached to any HTML element to style it or even position it according to the developer's choice. Then you must be wondering, what exactly is JavaScript? Now, JavaScript is a powerful interpreted language targeted for web development. It is used for making web pages interactive and bringing the web pages to life. So now let's create your first website. Now, HTML, short for Hypertext Markup Language, is the coding standard for documents designed for web browsers, consisting of a series of elements or tags and which can be used to structure a web page. Right? So these elements can include headings, paragraphs, div containers, tables, and more. HTML tags are nested, meaning there are opening and closing tags with the content in between those tags. So now let's write a simple HTML code that will help you understand the basics of the language. So for this, I'm using the text editor, that is Visual Studio Code. You can go ahead and download this text editor from their official website. So here I've created a simple .html file in my VS Code and I've added the initial HTML files. Now let me explain to you one by one. Now, doc type is not so much of a tag, but it is more of an instruction. Now this indicates the browser that the document type to be served to the user is in fact an HTML document. Now this doc type instruction should always be included at the very top of your HTML page. Next up, you have the HTML tag that is used to contain all the web page's HTML code. Right? So it contains an opening and closing tag with contents in between them. The HTML tag can also have attributes. Now, for example, there's the lang attribute allowing you to specify the spoken language of the contents of the page. Followed by the HTML tag, there's the head tag. Now, this is the first section of the code that contains all of the information about the web page's properties, links, and more. It could have page's title, description, additional meta tags, and CSS code. So here I've used the title tag, and let's give a title, say HTML in 10 minutes. Alright. You can also add CSS to the head tag by using the style tag and change the display styles of HTML elements that are being used. The next section is the body tag. Now the body tag contains all the displayable contents of your web page, including headings, paragraphs, div containers, tables, and more. Now the HTML header tags are used to add headings to a web page. There are several types of headings available for developers to add to a web page. Right? So first up, let's have a look at them. I'm going to create a simple h1 heading tag, and the message I'm displaying is this is the first heading. Alright. After this, I'm going to add a paragraph tag which creates padding in the top and bottom of the element to help separate the text between each paragraph. Right? So I'm going to add a p tag and say this is the paragraph tag. After this, let me add a simple h2 tag, which is another heading tag, and say this is the second heading. Now you can also add line breaks, which are helpful from time to time. If you want to provide a single line break in your content, you can do so by adding the BR tag. So here, let me just add one for better understanding. Now the HTML div tag defines a division or a section in an HTML document that is used as a container for other HTML elements. Now these elements can include content areas, sidebars, page bars, page headers, footers, etc. This tag is used to apply styles to HTML elements that cannot be added otherwise. We can also make use of the HTML image tag to add images to a web page. Now these images in a web page are a very common sight and they can make the website look more attractive. So for that we can use the image tag. So say img, within which I mention the source. I'm adding the HTML logo, so let me just mention that here. And then I'm going to provide width for it and then a specific height. Alright, so when you save the file and when you look at the browser, you can see that the first heading is displayed, then your paragraph tag is displayed, followed by the second heading and then the image. Now, let me show you how you can add styles for some of these headings and paragraph tags. So here, back in my first heading tag, let me just say styles, and let me change the font of the content that is being displayed, and I'm going to change it to Career New. And for my paragraph tag, let me display the content in italics. So I'll say font style and make it italics. So let me save this, and when I look at the browser, you can see that the font has changed and so has the font style here. So now we've covered a few important HTML tags used to develop a web page. Now there are many other tags available for almost everything you'd want to add to a web page. Now all of these are available on the internet for you and you can use them in your website.
In this tutorial, we are going to learn about the classes and ID in the HTML and how to use them. So, without further ado, let's get started. So, what is an HTML class? An HTML class attribute is used to specify a single or multiple class names for an HTML element. The class name can be used by CSS and JavaScript to do some tasks for HTML elements. You can also use this class in the CSS with a specific class with a period character followed by the name of the class for selecting elements. So, let's jump onto the demo to understand the classes and ID better. So, we are on our Sublime text editor. Let's add the standard boilerplate of HTML. We'll give the title as classes and ID in HTML. Let's start with a basic example. We'll see how to define an HTML class. So inside the body tag, we'll add one h1 and we'll give this a class name of head1. We'll add some text here. This is the heading 1. Now you can copy this part because we'll need it enough for the lines. So for the h2, this will be the heading 2. For h3, this will be heading 3. And let's add one more h4. This is the heading 4. So as you can see, we have used the same class name in all our h1, h2, h3 and h4. So if you save the file and go to the page and refresh, you will see the headings are there on the page. This is the heading 1, heading 2, heading 3 and heading 4. Now let's learn how we can use this class name for our styling purpose. So we'll open the style tag here and you will mention the class name by period followed by the class name. So head1, open the parenthesis and let's set the color to light cyan and we'll set the font family to set to it cursive. Keep the background color to black. Okay, so you can see we have mentioned the class name dot head1 for our styling purposes and we have given the color, font family and background color for it. So just save the file and go back. Refresh. Now you can see we have designed this h1, h2, h3 and h4 using a class tag. Now let's use another example with a different class name. So here only we'll make the changes. Let's name this class as h2, this h3 and let it be h4. Now you can style them separately. For the head2, we can set the color to say light pink and we can set the font background color to red. Okay. Now similarly for the h3 dot head3, set the color to I don't know what color this is, let's say Puchisa, and set the background color to let's say blue. Okay, save the file and go back to the page. Now you can see we have designed our h1, h2, h3 and h4 using the different class name. This is the example of using the multiple classes on the same code. One thing you should note that these class names must be separated by the space. There are a few points you should know while working with the class. So the first one will be the class attribute can be used on any HTML element. Like any HTML element can have a class name. The second point will be the class name is a case sensitive. Head1, and if we change here to say we'll keep this H as capital. So this will be wrong. The style won't be implemented on the page. Now if you refresh, you can see the style is not implemented. So the class names are case sensitive. Let's change this back. Refresh and now you can see our design is back. So this was all about HTML classes. Now let's move on to the ID attribute. So the HTML ID attribute is used to specify the unique ID for an element of the HTML document. It allocates the unique identifier which is used by the CSS and the JavaScript for performing certain tasks. In cascading style sheet, that is CSS, we mention an element with a specific ID by using the hash symbol followed by the ID. So let's work on an example to understand this better. So we'll use the same previous example. We'll mention the h1 and this time we'll use the ID. So ID and we'll name it as head1. This is the first heading. For h2 also we'll mention the ID name as head1 only. Head1. This is the second heading. Now to style the heading, we'll go back here, we'll open the style tag and we'll use the hash symbol to mention the ID. So hash head1, open the parenthesis, we'll set the color to light green, we'll set the font family to cursive and we'll set the background color to black. Okay, now save the file and go back and refresh. So you can see this works in a similar manner to the class, apart from it that we use the hash symbol to mention the ID name. So now let's change the example and use the different ID names for different h1s. So this can be h1, this can be h2. Let's add one more. We'll name it as ID head3. Okay, so we'll style the head2. We'll set the color to red. For head3, we'll set the color to yellow. Let's use green yellow. Okay, save the file, go back and refresh. Now you can see we have the different style for different IDs. So in this way you can use the different IDs to design your HTML page. In this tutorial we are going to learn how you can create a drop down in your navbars using just HTML and CSS. So we are on our Sublime text editor. I have the .html and .css file ready. So let's start by adding the standard boilerplate. Let's give it a title. Link your CSS file to the HTML file. Now inside the body, I'll add the ULs. We have added this hash so that when you click on this home button, it won't redirect you to anywhere. So just save the file and we'll go back to our page. So you can see we have this home here. Okay, so let's add some more. So just copy paste this. And we'll name this section about. Now inside this about, I'll require some submenus. So inside this, I'll open another UL tag. We'll add sections such as theme, clients, career, and legacy. And we'll close the li tag here. Okay, now you save the file and go back here and refresh. Now we'll add some more. So here we'll add the li for contact. Okay, so inside this contacts, I'll add the submenus. So UL, and I'll copy this code and I'll edit it here. Okay, so inside the contacts, I'll need email, phone, let's say Twitter, and this will be my LinkedIn. Okay, now we'll add some more sections. We'll name this services. And this one will be my news. Okay, so this looks fine. A little bit of alignment. Yeah. So you can see we have this home, about, contact, services, and news. And inside this we have the submenus. Okay, we have forgot to add here hash inside these strips. Just mention hash everywhere. Okay, save the file, go back and refresh. Okay, so you can see we have this HTML ready. Now let's go back to the CSS and design these drop downs. So first, inside our HTML, we'll select the body tag. We'll add one background image, so just the background looks more attractive. So I have one image file saved, so I'll JPG. So save, go back and refresh. Yeah, you can see we have this black thing. We'll shrink this image. So we'll keep the background size to cover, and we'll keep the font family to Arial. Yeah, okay. So for the UL tag, we'll keep the margin to 0. We'll keep the padding to 0 as well, and we'll set the list style to none. Okay, now we'll design the UL li part. So we'll keep the float to left. Width will set to 200 pixels. We'll set the height to say 40 pixels. We'll keep the background color to something darker, say dark blue. Keep it dark gray. Okay. Keep the opacity to 0.9. Line height 40 pixels. Keep the text aligned to center and font size to 20 pixels. Save the file, go back and refresh. Okay, you see we have the background image in the place, we have this snap bar in the place, and all the drop downs are here. Okay. Now it's time to design UL, LI and A. So for this we'll keep the text decoration to none. Color let's keep white. And we'll set the display to block. Save the file and go back. Now we'll add the hover effects for this drop downs. Okay. So UL, LI, A dot hover. We'll keep the background color for the hover to say any color you can select. Let's select light salmon. Save. Let's see how it looks on the page. Refresh. Yeah, it's look good. Now the final part of this requires this to shrink inside just when you hover over this, so the drop downs will appear. Okay. So we'll set this UL LI to display none. And we'll add the hover effect over LI. So that when we hover, the drop down appears. Save, go back and refresh. Now you can see all the drop downs are inside this. When you hover over it, and the drop downs appear. Okay, so this is all about the drop downs menu in HTML. As you saw that we can create the beautiful drop downs just by using the HTML and CSS. Nothing fancy. In this video, we are going to create the content boxes which are used in web pages for various purposes. So let's see an example of what we are going to create. So in this video, we are going to create something like this. This is the content box with the icon and the description of the content box. The icons here used is from the font Awesome CDN. So let's start creating. So I have my two files open, which is HTML and CSS. Let's add the standard boilerplate. We'll add the content boxes in HTML as the title. Let's link our CSS file. Now inside the body, let's add a div class container. Inside the div class container, I'll create another div box. I will require 3 such boxes, so we'll copy paste this 3 times. On the style sheet, let's set the margin to 0 and padding also to 0. We'll set the font family to sans serif. Now for the container class, we'll set the position to relative and we'll set the width to 1200 pixels, which is the whole width of the content box. We'll set the height to 300 pixels and we'll set the margin to 240 pixels and auto. For the boxes inside the container, we'll add the position relative and we'll set the width to Let me explain you what this is. This CSS calc function is used to perform a calculation to be used as the property value. This is specifically used for the width of the div classes. It requires a mathematical expression. The result will be used as a value. So we'll be using a lot of this calc function here in this code. We'll set the height to 300 pixels minus 30 pixels. One property of calc function is that it takes single expression as its parameter. The expression can be any simple expression combining the following operators: plus, that is addition, minus, that is subtraction, multiplication, and division. We'll set the background to #000. We'll set it to float left and we'll specify the margin to 15 pixels. We'll set the box sizing to border box. Overflow will be hidden and border radius, let's set it to 10 pixels. Just save the file and let's go back to the page to see how it currently looks. So you can see our boxes are in the proper places. We have the background black with the proper margin between them. Okay, so we have the structure. Let's code more. Now we need the icon. For that, we'll require an icon from the Font Awesome CDN. So we'll add the Font Awesome CDN to our page. So we'll search Font Awesome CDN 4.7.0. We are using the older version because it is more stable. So go to this Font Awesome libraries. Here, select the version and copy the link tag. Go back to the page and add it here. Delete this integrity part. Now, here inside this class box, add one div which will be named class icon, and inside here we'll add the link of the icon. So search here Font Awesome icon 4.7. Go to the first one. Here you can search any icon you want. Let me search for, say, information. So I'll go to the information and I'll copy this. Go back to the code and add it here. Now inside this I'll create another div which will be used for content. So we'll name it class content. And inside this I'll add one h3 info, and inside it I'll add some text. Copy this much from here to here. Now delete this whole part and put it inside p tag. So inside the p tag, add them. Yeah. So let's go back to the file and see how it looks right now. Okay, so you cannot see the icon here because it is black. Let's try to change the color here so that you can see the icon. So let's set it to ff0. Okay, so you can see I have the icon in place. This is the text that we have added to this content box. Now let's style this content box first. Set it back to 0, 0, 0. Now container.box.icon. We'll set the position to absolute. We'll set the top to 0, left to 0, and we'll set the width to 100%. We'll set the height also to 100%. Background will be #f00. We'll set the transition to 0.5 seconds, and we'll keep the z index as 1 so that the icon will be visible. Okay, refresh. Yeah, you can see the icon here. Okay, now let's add the hover effect on that. So container.box.hover icon. We'll set the top to 20 pixels. We'll calculate the left to 50% minus 40 pixels. Width 80 pixels. Height keep it to 80 pixels as well. And let's set the border radius to 50%. Okay, so now that we have repeat. So now that we have added the hover effect, let's save and go back to the page. Now let's design the icon. So container.box.icon.fa. Also, we set the position to absolute. Top will be 50%, left 50%, transform, let's translate it to minus 50%, minus 50%, and keep the font size to 80 pixels, transition 0.5 seconds, and we'll set the color to save the file, and let's go back to the page. Yeah, so you can see our icon has now bigger size, and with the hover effect it shrinks for text to be visible. Okay, now we need to add the hover effect to the icon so that the font size increases. For that, we'll add container box.hover and we'll keep the font size to 40 pixels. Okay, now it's time to design the content inside the container box. So we'll set container dot box dot content. All the positions are absolute. We'll set the top to 100% so that when the icon shrinks, the whole text will be visible to the text box. We'll set the height to, we'll calculate it, 100% minus 100 pixels. Text align center. Keep the padding to 20 pixels for proper spacing. Box sizing as border box. Transition to 0.5 seconds. And we'll keep the opacity to 0. Okay. Save the file and let's go back. Yeah. Now you can see the icons are in the center of the shrinking circle. Now let's add the hover effect. Now when you set the opacity to 1, now the text okay, we have not designed yet H3 and P, so let's start designing it. So container dot box dot content H3 10 pixels. Keep the padding to 0. Color and let's keep the font size to 24 pixels. Now you will see the text will be visible inside the box. So refresh. Yeah, you can see this is the heading of our this content box info. Now similarly, let's style the paragraph tag. So container dot box dot content P. Margin will be 0. Padding will be also 0. And color will be FFF as usual. Save. Yep, we are almost there. Now we will design these two boxes with some spacing and effects over here. Now inside this delete them. We'll copy paste the above code here. Yeah. So copy from here, div class container. We'll change the icon classes here. So for this, let's keep search as ARCH. Instead of copying the class by going back to the font CDN, we can directly add the class search here if you know the name of the class. And here we can add location. So the class name for location is map marker. Save the file and let's go back. Yeah, now you can see these things are here with the good content box. When you hover over this box, this whole thing shrinks and you can see the text visible. Now we'll add some styles, we'll change the color and we'll add one background here so that when this shrinks, the background color of the black changes. Okay, so we'll go back to our code. So to change the color of the box, we'll add here dot container dot box, and we'll use the nth child property. So nth child 1 because of first box dot icon. So we'll keep its background to pink. Okay, and dot container box nth child 1. Its color will be, when it shrinks, let's keep it to orange. Yeah. So save the file, go back and refresh. Okay, so you can see we have the icons in places, and when you go click on here, so the hover effect shrinks this, and this is the pink in color. We have the background orange with some text here. You can see smooth transitions. So this is all for the content boxes in HTML. You can use different icons here using this font as awesome icon. There are several icons here, you can use any of them. Just make sure that the padding and the text are aligned in the proper places. In this video, we learn how you can create a beautiful HTML slider by using just HTML and CSS and a little bit of JavaScript. Our image slider will look something like this. We have the background image and these images that I have taken for example purpose. We have these radio buttons, and we click on the radio buttons, we can go through our images one by one. Also, the images will change automatically after some time, as you can see. So let's see how we can create this image slider. So here on the desktop, I have created one file where I have the required images and an HTML and CSS file. So first, in the HTML file, let's add our radio buttons. So we'll create one div and name it a div class slider. Inside this div, I'll create another div which will be named as div class slides. Inside this div class slides, we'll add the radio buttons. So input, the input type will be radio, and let's give this name radio button, and we'll tag them with ID radio 1. So as you can see, we'll need 4 buttons here, so we'll add 4 radio buttons here. So just copy paste this 4 times. Here, change the ID to radio 2, radio 3 and radio 4. So we can distinguish between the 4 radio buttons. So after the creating of radio buttons, we'll add our required images. So we'll create another div and name it class slide first. Inside this div, I'll create an image tag and specify the path of the image. In a similar manner, we'll create a 4 div tags for 4 images. So just we'll do it swiftly. Another div with class name slide. Inside this image 2.jpg. So just save the file and let's recheck our code. We have the radio buttons, we have the images. So let's just go back to our file and see how it looks. So if we refresh, we'll see we have the 4 radio buttons here and some distorted images. So let's just fix these images in the CSS. So inside our CSS file, we'll add the body and we'll set the margin to 0 pixels, padding to 0. We'll set the height to say 100 vertical height. We'll set the display to flex. We'll justify the content to center. We'll set the align items to center. And we'll set the background to black. So just refresh this file. So we still need to fix these images. So just set the slider width to 800 pixels. Okay, there's an error. We'll set this width, not windows. We'll set the height to 500 pixels. We'll set the border radius to 10 pixels and overflow we'll keep as hidden. For the slice part, we'll set the width to 500%, height to 500 pixels, and display to flex. So let's save the file and see how it looks on the page. So yeah, you can see the image is now in a proper size. We have to fix this radio button. We have the background black. So let's fix these things. So for the slides input. Okay, before styling this, let's add some more HTML content here. So after adding on the image, we have to create the automatic navigation button and the manual navigation button. So after this div, add another div, the class name, navigation auto, let's say. And inside this navigation auto, we'll add div class auto button 1. We need the 4 buttons, so we'll copy it 4 times. And this will be my button 2, this will be button 3, and this will be button 4. Outside this div, we'll create another div, which will be for the manual navigation button. So we'll name this navigation. Make sure you spell it right. Navigation manual. And inside this div, we'll add our radio buttons, which will be manual. We'll name it class manual button, M-A-N. We'll need the 4 buttons, so we'll copy it 4 times. We'll change the label to radio 2, radio 3 and radio 4. So I think this will work enough. So here we have the navigation. Okay, we have a spelling mistake here. Div class and navigation manual. Just a class here. So let's recheck our code. It's a good practice to recheck your code so that you don't encounter any error. So okay, we have a div class slider here. And inside the div class slider, we have the 4 radio buttons, radio 1, 2, 3, 4. We have added our images inside the div tags with the name slide. Okay, we have created a navigation auto with the 4 buttons and navigation manual with the 4 buttons. Okay, so let's save the file and go back and refresh it to see how it looks. Okay, we have to add some CSS here. So inside the slides input, we'll set the display to none. For the dot slide, we'll set the width to 20% and we'll set the transition to 2 seconds. Now we'll add a style for image. We'll set the width to 800 pixels and we'll set the height to say 500 pixels. Okay, so let's save the file and let's go back to see how it looks right now. Okay, so you can see the images are properly aligned here. We have to style our radio buttons for here. So let's go back to our CSS. Now the code we are going to write here will be for the manual slide navigation. So just add here comment manual slide navigation. So just repeat so that we will remember the code. So we'll add the first class navigation manual. We'll set the position to absolute. We'll set the width to 800 pixels. We'll not have the height here, we'll set the margin. So the margin top will be minus 40 pixels. And display will keep it as flex. And the justify content will be center. So let's just save and go back to the page to see how it looks right now. Okay, the images are in the center. You can see. Now, we cannot see our radio buttons just as now. We have to add some color to it so that the radio buttons will be visible. So we'll go back to the CSS. We'll add the manual button. We'll set the border to say 3 pixels, solid and red. You can take any color you want. We'll set the padding to 5 pixels. We'll set the border radius to say 9 pixels. We set the cursor to pointer so that when you hover over our buttons, the cursor will look as a pointer. And we'll set the transition to 1 second. Save. Go back and refresh. So now you can see the buttons are here, not properly spaced, but yeah, they are here. So let's add the spacing and everything else. So we'll set the manual button. We'll set the margin right to 40 pixels. Now it's time to add the hover effect. So for the manual button, the hover will be say background with the color blue. So just save the file and go back and refresh. Yeah, so you can see our manual buttons are in place. When you hover over it, you can see the blue effect, and when you click, nothing happens right now because we don't have any JavaScript to respond to this radio button. We'll add them in the end. First, let's design these buttons. So this was for the manual button. Now we'll add one code which will be used when you want to select the radio button by default. So let's understand how those radio buttons work in this file. So the radio buttons will be used where 2 or more options are identified which are mutually exclusive and the user has to choose exactly one choice. In other words, clicking on a non-selected radio button will erase any other button that was selected on the list previously. Radio buttons include lower cognitive load as they permanently keep all the options visible such that users can easily analyze them. Radio buttons are also simpler to use for users who have difficulty making effective mouse movements. So we'll add hash radio dot check. So the sign that we have added here is now a sibling combinator. It combines 2 sequences of simple selectors having the same parent, and the second must come immediately after the first. So we'll add dot first, and for this we'll set the margin left to 0. Okay, so this will be radio 1. The label that we have added in our manual buttons. We'll need 4 such buttons, so we'll copy this 4 times. 1, 2, 3 and 4. This will be my for radio button 2, and we'll set the margin left here to minus 20 pixels. For radio button 3, we'll set it to say minus 40 pixels. Don't forget to add pixels here. And for the last button, we'll set it to minus 60 pixels. So all this code was for the manual navigation button. Now let's design for automatic navigation button. So we'll open .navigation. We'll set the position to absolute. We'll set the display to flex. We'll set the width to 800 pixels. We'll justify the content to the center. And we'll set the margin top to say 460 pixels or 450 pixels. Let's set 460 pixels. Now, so I'll add the tag to navigation auto div. So navigation auto div. We'll set the border to same border that we have used here. It will be 3 pixels solid red. Make sure you keep this 3 pixels solid red in both the navigation auto and navigation manual, because if you change the color here, you will see the 2 manual buttons there. So for just example, let's change this to green. So when you save and go back and refresh, yeah, you can see the 2 buttons here. This is green and this is red. So if there are 2 colors, both the buttons will overlap, will not look good. So we'll just keep it here red. We'll set the padding to 5 pixels. And we'll set the border radius to 9 pixels. And we'll set the transition to 1 second. Now same code as here, which I added for checking of the radio buttons. So we'll just copy this whole code and paste it here. I'll have to tweak some things here. So the class was navigation.auto. So we'll add here navigation auto dot auto button 1. We'll set here some background. So we'll delete this code. Background, let's say any color, pink. So copy this code, Control C, delete this whole thing, Control V, and just change the radio buttons here. This will be radio button 2. This will be 3. And this will be 4. Now we have all the designing in place. Let's go back to the code and refresh. So now you'll see everything is in place. The background is black. The images is perfectly aligned. We have this button. So let's click. So when you click, you see the images slides. This is the 4th image, 3rd, 2nd, and 1st. So Your beautiful image slider is ready. All that now is left is to add the JavaScript code for this image slider to function in an automatic manner. So now we'll go back to this HTML5. And below this div tag, we'll open one script tag. And inside this script tag, we'll create one variable named counter. We'll set it to 1. We'll create one function, set interval. So what this part specifically does is we have created one variable named counter, and it will check against the ID that we have created in radio. When the radio button is checked and it encounters, the counter will be plus plus, that counter will increase by 1. So after the counter has reached a 4, so it will get back to the starting point, that is 1. So the whole point of this code is to make the images slide in a loop. So just save and go back. Now when you refresh, you will see the images will move after some time. Specifically 2 seconds. Now when the images reach the last stage, it goes back to the first. You can also change it by clicking here manually.
When we talk about HTML-based development, so in HTML-based development, navigation is very important, where you have multiple pages attached to, so that when you click on this page or click on any hyperlink, it will take you to the new page now, so that you can move back and forth. So this navigation is very essential part of any web development, so that you can offer the navigation. So this simple application of HTML, we would like to start from scratch. So let's go and create a new folder now and give the name called navigation. And inside this navigation, we want to create some new pages. So here I'm going to create index.html. the CSS name will be app.css, and along with this we would like to also create some new folder. Inside this I'll keep all the navigation files inside this, so I can say pages. Inside this pages, let me have total number of 3 pages with me. One is called about.html, then we create contact.html, then we create one more that is called services.html. So these 3 links we will create it one by one, but first let's start with the index.html. So what's there in my index.html file? So first thing, I would like to start with my same HTML syntax here. Well, this is my basic construct, so I will start with my link rel from here so that I can have my style sheet with me. Link rel equal to style sheet, href equal to app.css. Though I have not written anything, but I just left it as a blank. In my body tag, I would start with navigation. So HTML5 brought you some new tags known as called a nav tag, which is once again won't change anything drastically in your browser. However, they are called semantics, which will help you for the SEO, that stands for search engine optimization. So I'll start with my nav. Inside my nav, I will start with my div. I'll say navigation bar. So, but before that I say class equal to heading. This is my div tag, and inside my div tag I want to bring my heading, so I say h4 and I say navigation bar. And after the div tag I will start with my URL tag, which is the unordered list. Inside my unordered list I can set li, that stands for list items, and I can offer lot many links inside this. So URL, I just offer the class equal to nav hyphen links, and inside this my li tag I say a, which is the anchor tag. So a link href equal to, now here I offer the name, I say index.html, and that's it, and this will be by default active, so we say class equal to active. A class equal to active and href equal to index.html file, and here we offer home for home page. I'll copy this line and paste it for other 3 URLs. So here the active won't be there. Instead we say href equal to the location called pages. Under this pages we say about.html, and here we say about. Okay, copy this, paste it, and a part of this about we always say services.html, and here we say services. Inside this we offer contact. Okay, and once the nav tag is over, I will offer the div class equal to, just give the name body hyphen text. I just say h1 tag inside this, and this is the home page. That's it. So that's my home page, which is ready with me, and along with this, whichever the other pages are also available, those pages I also want to use. So first of all, let me check how this page looks like in. Well, it looks like a pretty basic page. So once this page is ready, what I will do is, here I copy the content and pasted it here and about, and let's see what's there in my about. See, few things will change. Number one, here this app.css, now here we have to just use dot dot. There's an app.css for me, so we have to offer some title too. So after this link rel, we offer title. This title I can say about. Okay, so rest everything is fine. So h4 navigation bar, nav links. Here I have to offer the links for my base HTML page. So when I talk about index.html file, okay, it won't come. So index.html file. So I won't say it is an active anymore. I just remove this line. Class equal to active is just a normal href, but about would be active in this case. So a class equal to active, href this, services contact is as usual same, but I would not be having any pages anymore because we are in the same location, that's why. And here I say this is a about, this is the about page, about page. So that's it. I'll go back and check if it's all fine. Home is active right now. About, you can see it as an about page right now. The about page is just appear as it is saying. Contents are more or less looks like and same, that is why you are able to see. Now just like that, I will just go back and copy the others. Now here app CSS, navigation bar, active, it is in contact, so I will make contact as an active. So index.html file remains same. This is contact page. So that's how it is. And we will say about my other properties, which is my services. I copy this contact, and here I'll be activating my service in this case. So class equal to active, I remove it from here, make it available here. This is service page, navigation, index, pages, about, active, yeah, all looks good. Heading, about, okay, here I change service, this I change to contact. So looks fine. Let's see. Okay, service, contact, about, so for about we need to check where we need to go. So we have got pages, about.html pages also there. So all there. So we will like to see how the about page will be activated here. So index.html file also contains an about. So here when I refresh, well, we will call index.html page, talk about, where is an about page now, services. So like this it is happening for you. Okay, so that's how exactly my thing is. So we're all good. and services, contact, home, all good. Well, my page is now ready, and going forward we would like to beautify my pages by offering the CSS. Well, let's get started with our CSS file. So in my CSS file, I will start with my common properties, which is margin. I'm saying 0 pixel, followed by padding. I'm making it a 0 pixel again. Again, we want box sizing. This I say border hyphen box. Okay. Well, going forward, this is my standard settings for all different type of properties. Now I want the other properties to be get introduced, that is called box body text. Dot body hyphen text. Inside this body text, I set display flex. Now when I see where the body text is available, go to my index.html file. Body text is available here, div class. So here in my CSS file, I can say body text display flex. I say font family. Font family, I can give anything. Just giving called Mont Serif sans serif. These two we are offering it. Later on, align items, NL item center, followed by justify content. We're making it center, then margin top, to 50 pixels. These are the properties are there. Followed by, okay, first let's check what is an effect. Here, see, it looks better now. Now we would like to go ahead with the nav. I already have this nav with me. Nav, display, flex, then justify content, space around, followed by align item. Align items I want to make center, and then we want to say min height. So we say min hyphen, okay, so min height we are giving 8vh, followed by background color, just set teal, same color, and same font family. We just copy this font family and make it available here. Well, let's check. There we go. So nav bar looks awesome, but I still feel the links needs to be justified. We want to make it even more better. But before that, I offer the nav links. So here I say nav links. So dot nav hyphen links. This nav links will have display flex, display flex, and then justify content that I want to make it space around again, followed by width. So width would be 30%. Perfect. And now navlink li dot navlinks li, this list style none. Let's see how it is changing. There we go. That it looks really nice. So nav links are ready, and I want to make it a heading. I want to make it more organized. So let's see about a heading. So here I say dot heading, and inside this heading I say color, which is white, followed by text transform, this text transform uppercase, followed by letter spacing. This letter spacing will be 5 pixels and followed by last font size, and this font size is just 20 pixels. That's it. And let's see how it is differentiated here. Awesome. So this navigation bar is now looking great, and it is giving me all the basic operation whichever we have expected. Now this nav links whichever we have created, okay, they are working fine, but I just want to make it even more beautiful. And how I can make it more beautiful? To make it, I would like to go ahead with the nav links again. Dot nav links of type anchor tag. Now I would like to activate my anchor tag by making it color white. Okay, followed by text decoration none, and followed by letter spacing 3 pixels, and then font weight bold, and font size 14 pixels, and padding 14 pixels and 16 pixels, both options. That's it. And followed by, we want to use the nav links. When I will hover it, so the color should change. So we are saying dot nav links, and here with li followed by a dot active. When the anchor tag is active, then in that case I want to change the background color to light sea green. I can say lights so we have this option called light sea green. This one, light sea green, that looks beautiful. And followed by same, I copy this and this active. So nav links li dot active, background color we are using, but if it is not active, then in that case what you will use. So I can just change a small thing here. I've changed this color. Now let me try to copy this first. I tell you what I want to copy this, and I paste it as usual. Here what I see is when it is an active, okay, when it is an active, I will change the color to, I think the spelling is wrong, active, it should be active. Background color I want to change it to green. So for that we are just using the color hash this is a green color when it is an active, and when this is not active, so we can just say a colon active, which we've used now li colon active, or we can say a colon hover, a colon hover, a colon hover, and here we say colon not dot active. That's it. Let's see how it works. Awesome. This looks beautiful. Home is active right now. They say it is on a home page. I can see it is an about page. It is service page. It is a contact. Now you can see it looks even more awesome. In this HTML based hands-on, we are expecting that all of you are aware about the basic concept of HTML as well as the CSS. So this kind of learning is going to help you to understand like how HTML and CSS can connect together while offering you a mini application. The first application on this track we're going to offer you that is related to your HTML registration page. Okay, so as you know, for this particular registration development application, I would like to use the Visual Studio Code, which is one of the very popular tool provided by Microsoft. So this tool we will be using it for our mini application development. So let's get started with this. So step number 1, let me go back and create a new folder now. I'm going to create a new folder name called registration. And inside this, I would require two files. Number one is called index.html and another one that is called CSS. We can say app.css. So in index.html file, we want some standard development. So I want to start with my HTML tag. So I already have this HTML based autofill code provided by your Visual Studio Code. So there are plugins are available inside this so that you can automatically create the basic structure for this HTML, which you can have the HTML tag, head tag, as well as the body tag. And from this point onwards, we will start developing our code now. So I want to develop a registration page. So in this registration page, I will start from my form tag now. So inside this form, it is saying like form action to something. I really do not have any backend, so I just leave it as a blank. And here I will start with my h1 tag where I want to say register. After this register, I want to offer the paragraph tag where I can say please fill in this form to register with us. Register with us. Okay. Now, after that, I would like to start with horizontal row. So HR. So starting with my horizontal row and post this because see, we would like to organize our application. And now label, in this label for, I just want to give the name called FN. It's just the name. And after this, FN stands for the first name. And within this label, I would like to use the B tag, which is the, I would say the bold. Here I will pass first name. Bold tag is closed, it's a label. Inside this label, I would like to use input tag. Here I will call input tab equal to text and offer a few other details also, like I say a placeholder. Placeholder will offer you what to be filled. I'm saying first name, that is the placeholder value. After this, name equal to FN, that is the stand for first name. After that, ID. ID is optional, but if you want to pass, we'll use this ID FN. ID equal to FN and required, because I want this field cannot be blank. So this is my first text box where I have this first name with me. Like that, I will go ahead and talk about my next property called password. And for password also, I would like to have the similar details with me. So this label I'll copy and paste it below. And this is for your password. So we're giving the name called PSW. Here we are saying password and input tab equal to text. So here I will change input tab equal to password because password field details would not be visible to you. Please, here we will say placeholder, I can say enter, password, name equal to, we can give PSW, ID equal to, we can give same PSW. So we have a called password. In a similar line, we would like to offer the confirm password fields too. I will copy this line and paste it again. And here we can say confirm password. We can say CPSW. Again password. Enter. Confirm password. CPSW and CPSW. Now it's over. After this, we want to make it as a horizontal row, closed, and once it is run, then we'd like to have the button with this. So here is the button. We can say register, and here in my button, I would like to offer the type equal to submit, type equal to submit. So that's it. So this is the simplest form I have it. Now I would like to see how it really looks like it. So from here I would like to open it, reveal in Finder. Let's open this. Well, it looks like that. Fine. So this is what my form is. Form is ready. And now we would like to go back and start developing my CSS, in which I will beautify my form to offer some more details on this. Well friends, as we know the HTML page is ready, it's time to go back and start developing a CSS to beautify my HTML now. So inside the CSS, I would like to start with the tag which is called body, and inside this body tag I can offer some basic setups, but I just want to give the basic background color now, which is called background hyphen color. I can just give the name called TEL. That's a background color. Let's rest of the things I can just leave it as it is. Now for all the other properties I can say box sizing, border hyphen box. After that dot container, and in this container we have to offer certain benefits. Now first thing you need to understand which are the places I will be using the container. So you see here in my index.html file, when we talk about form actions and all, okay, we say h1 register. We haven't used any container right now. So let's get added the container div class equal to container. Okay, and this particular div tag will get closed only at the last. So this div tag will close at the last here. So I want to make the look and feel for this complete container in much more better way. So here in my container we want to say margin auto. Let's press enter here. Margin auto. Now width 50%. Then adding 16 pixel followed by background color, which we want white. Then box shadow. This box shadow we want to give some all four origins 20 pixel. Continuation to same 20 pixel and 0 pixel. And which color we want, so I just say RGBA. In this RGBA we just give the value called 0, again 0, again 0, and the value which you want to give to this alpha, because it is always between 0 to 1, we are saying 0.7, that is an opacity. Well, 4 properties is given. Now let's see how it looks. Yeah, why? Because we haven't added a CSS in my HTML. So let's add a CSS. So inside my browser HTML, now inside my head we add link rl equal to style sheet href equal to app.css. That's it. Now let's see. There we go. Looks better now. So this is your container, okay, which you can see it is having some shadow. I would like to organize this all set of text boxes in much more better way. So after this we want to offer the other properties too, like for my input. Go back to my app CSS. So after this container we want input again type equal to text. Now also to input type equal to password. Here we offer few things. Number one, width, which is 100%. Then padding, once again 15 pixels. Then margin, we are offering 5 pixels. 0, 22 pixel, 0. Followed by display. Display, I will say inline block. Inline block. Followed by border. Do you want any border? So I say none. Border none. And background, we can offer the color. So we can say white smoke. That's it. Let's see in my HTML. Awesome. So this looks more beautiful, more organized. So this is your form, but I want to make it even more better now, because I want to perform the validation, and in validation we want to check how the focus will come in. So the beautification needs to be added more. Here we want to offer the same input type text, input type password. I copy this here. Now here we want to offer background color. We want to offer the background color on focus. This has to be on focus. And here also on focus. Now background color, we want to change to anything, but for the time being we can just give same. And outline, none. Okay, so this is my for focus. And for the registration button, so here we say dot I do not have that class for register button, so I have to create this class inside my button. Register btn. I would like to offer the properties for those, like background color teal, followed by color, which is white. Then padding, we offer 16 pixel. Then border, none. Then cursor, I think it is better to have pointer only. Then width, 100%, followed by margin, this auto. Then opacity, then I say 0.8. Fine. So this is for my registration button. Let's see. Wow, this looks better now. So this is a full size button. So this is for my button, and I want the moment I take my cursor on button, the color should change, or it should look like a hover. Copy this. Hover. And here we say opacity. I just make the value equal 1. That's it. Now you see, now the color is changing. Great. So like this, you see how the conditions are working. When I press on register, you see the messages, please fill the field blank, and it is changing the, when we talk about the situation called focus. So in this it works like that. When I give the name, you see now how the background color is changing now. So it is a little bit more grayish color. So this time we're going to develop another very interesting example using this HTML, JavaScript and CSS together, and that is called working with a quiz application. This is one of the very interesting project. We'll be developing it from the scratch, and I'm sure that you will enjoy a lot. So what we will do, we'll start creating a new folder now. First of all, I'm going to give the name called HTML quiz. Now I'm going to create 3 files inside this. Number one, I'm going to say index.html. Then I need another file that is called app.css. And the third file I'm going to create inside this that will hold the script related part. So we are saying script.js. So we have total number of 3 files ready with us. Now from HTML page, we would like to develop this HTML tags first. So we'll go to the HTML and see. So we have got this basic HTML syntax ready, and from here we will start working with the div tag first. Here onwards, div tag. So within my div tag, we would like to create another div tag. Okay, so the first top level class to this particular div. See, we haven't created a CSS, but we would like to offer some of the CSS classes available here. So we say div class equal to container. Now we have got another div tag inside this. So we will say div id equal to question hyphen container. Question hyphen container. So that is the name or ID of this div, and we say class equal to hide. Now within this div tag, we would like to offer some details, but before that we would like to create some embedded div tags inside this. So we're going to create another div tag here, and this div ID equal to answer hyphen buttons. So that's the ID name, and we would like to offer the class also, class equal to btn hyphen grid. See, again I'm telling you, these classes we are just creating it, but we would like to use this in our CSS. Okay, so they are just the normal class names we are giving it right now. Now inside this div tag, we want to offer some more details. Now what exactly the details are? Number one, we would like to offer a few buttons now. Button. So we say button class equal to btn, and after that we would like to give the name called answer1. So that I can have this button class copied 3 more times. And now we can change the names to 2, here 3, here 4. So we have total number of 4 answers ready with us. Div tag is getting closed here, another div tag is getting closed here, and now here, before the last div tag is getting closed, we would like to create another div tag. Now inside this div, we say class equal to controls. That's another div tag. So under this div, we want to offer few more buttons. Button. Here we say button ID equal to start button, start hyphen btn. Okay, and then we say class equal to start hyphen btn space btn, and we say start here. Now just copy this complete line and put it again. So rather than giving the start button, we say next button, and class equal to next hyphen button btn, and we will give additional property called height, and here we give the value called next. Let me make this S capital and next. So 2 buttons we have created. After this, div tag is getting closed. After that, I would like to start another div tag, and in this div tag we will offer class equal to score. Okay, and here we would like to start working with a span, and here we will say span id equal to right hyphen answer, or answers I can say. So after that, the div tag is getting closed, and that's it. And in last, with the last div tag is getting closed, which you can see it right now, we would like to use the script tag. But one more thing, this div tag I would like to close even before. So 2 div tags are getting closed, and this is another div tag which is closed at the end. And here we want to include a script tag, a script src equal to a script.js. That's it. So our HTML page is almost ready. Let's review. And yes, I can see some standard buttons has been created. Now we would like to give some better look and feel to this kind of buttons and complete UI by offering some awesome CSS. Okay everybody, so we'd like to start working with CSS part now. So to work with the CSS, we have to offer few things. Here we're providing a root, and with this root some basic settings we are offering it. Number 1, hyphen hue hyphen neutral, hue hyphen hue hyphen neutral. The value we're giving is 200. After that, we're giving call hyphen hue, again hyphen wrong. This value we're giving is 0. Then we are saying hyphen hue hyphen correct 145. So these 3 values we have given, followed by body. In this body we would like to offer few details. Number 1, hyphen hue. This we are making it with the variable hyphen hue neutral, the one which we have already declared. Okay, now we will try to provide padding. So this padding we are giving 0. Next property is margin. Margin will also remain 0. After that, display none. After that, not display, I would say none. Instead it is better we can have flex. After that, width, we are providing width almost 100, followed by height. So height we are providing is called once again 100. Okay, now we have called justify contents. This justify contents I can say center. Perfect. Going forward, align items. Here we can say center again. Now background color. Which color you would like to give it? So we can just use this option called HSL. And this we'd like to use this var. Again, in this var we are using hyphen hue and followed by 100%, comma 20%. these things. And this is style we would like to use in my index.html page. So within my head tag, well, in index.html file, how you would like to define the style. So we always use link CSS. So the value is automatically style.css, but we would like to change to app.css. That's it. Now we'll see the final outcome. Now it looks better. Okay, so it is only for the background, nothing else it is impacting. Now we want to offer few more things into my CSS. It is only for the body. Now we would like to go ahead with the body dot correct body dot correct. We are providing hue, var, and here we would like to offer hyphen wrong, and also sorry, not wrong, just for correct. And we can use body dot wrong body dot wrong. So same thing I'd like to copy. So rather than saying correct, we're using wrong here. Well, these two properties we have defined. Going forward, we would like to start working with a container. Inside my container, I would like to offer width. Basic thing that we are providing 800 pixels, followed by max width. This max would be 80%. Now, going forward, background color. We are offering white. That always looks better. Followed by border radius. That we are providing 5 pixels. After this, padding. This padding will be 10 pixels. Followed by box shadow. This box shadow we can say 0, 0, 10 pixels, 2 pixels. So this is we have applied for the container, and container is used right over here. Let's see. Okay, now it looks better. So this is where it comes under my container. Now we would like to offer the buttons. Here in our CSS, we want to now offer the button colors. So dot btn hyphen grid. Well, in index.html file, so we have a call button grid. This button grid we would like to start from here. btn grid display grid, followed by grid hyphen template columns. So here we are saying repeat. In this repeat we are saying 2, auto. Then we would like to offer the gap. This gap will be the 10 pixels, followed by margin. That will be the 20 pixels, and then 0. This is for my button grid. Let's see. Awesome. So that looks pretty nice. Now going forward, we would like to apply the styles on my button. So how my button will looks like in. Well, button grids we have created it. Now we would like to go ahead with the buttons. So dot btn followed by the details. So hue var will be using neutral. Okay. Going forward, we would like to use border. So this border we want to use 12 pixels, or I would say 1 pixel, and then solid and HSL values we would like to give it once again var -hue followed by 100%, 30%. Okay, so these are the values for border, followed by background color. So we would like to use the same details. Now we would like to use background color. So in background color we will just use HSL rather than this. So -hue 100% and 50%. Okay, followed by border radius. Border radius 5 pixels. Now padding. Padding just 5 pixels and 10 pixels. Then color. This color will be white for sure. And the outline. Outline we are using is none. Last option cursor. So cursor we will be using pointer, as you should say. So these are the details are available which we want to use it for my button. Now the last option, we want to use it for the button hover. .btn dot or hover, and for this hover we want to say border color. This border color we would like to use black. That's it. Let's see. Awesome. So this looks pretty nice, as you can see right now here. Well, so this is how my initial looks like. Okay, now I also want to change this start button and next button both. So here we want to use dot start -btn, and also for dot next -btn. Common look and feel for both. Font size 1.5 rem. Next font weight. Now this font weight we want to give bold, followed by padding. This padding is be the 10 pixels and 20 pixels, followed by 10 pixels, 20 pixels. Next cursor will be as usual pointers. Now we want to go ahead with the controls. With controls we say display, flex, followed by justify contents. This justify contents I will say center, followed by align items, and here we say center, and last option which is left is called hide. this height we say display none. That's it. Let's check this out. Well, so this will be visible to me. So the moment I said start, then only the other buttons will be visible. So this is how my program is. Well, my CSS is all set. Well, let's get start working with the script part now. This is a major part of your main code development. So here we will start working with this const, and here we will say start button equal to document dot get element by id, and here we will give the name called start -btn. That's the name. Like this, I just copy this line, make it available here. Like we will call start button, we will call next button, and here next button. Like here another one. Here we change the name and give the name called question container element. Container element. Question container element document get element by id. Here we give the name called question -container. Question -container, because this is already there. You see, question -container is already there. We're using question -container. Like this, we would like to use one more, and that is called question element. Question element document get element by id. Here we will be passing question, followed by we want to use answer button element. Answer buttons element. Answers, or I can say answer buttons element, answer -buttons. Answer -buttons. So naming convention must be chosen very carefully. Now we will provide option called shuffle question, because we want every time the questions to be get shuffled. Shuffled questions. Shuffled questions. Current question index. Shuffle questions and current question index. And we would like to provide one variable called let quiz score equal to 0. So we created those variables. Now, once it is done, we want to basically go ahead and start creating a set of questions for my application. So here we want to provide the questions. So we say const questions. Const questions equal to array. First question which I would like to create it here is called question. Now here we will say JavaScript framework. So which one of these is a JavaScript framework? So that's my question now. Okay, So I would like to have answers for sure. So here we are providing answers. So what answers we would like to provide? So in this answers, the first answer I can say like this. Here I say text. First will be Python. Python. Okay, Python. Answer is true or false? Correct? False. So it will be the false. Copy. Now let's change the value. Here I say Django. Correct, false. Third is React. So here I can say true. Last I'm keeping its called false, as usual same. So like this we have created a question and 4 answers. Okay, so we're all set now. So here after that we want to create few more. Okay, so once again I would like to bring some questions now and related answers. So I just copy this. First, so second question I can say who is the Prime Minister of India? So we can have 2 answers available. Okay. Talk about Narendra Modi, the value is called what? True. Second, we're going to give the name called which value is called false. So I've taken the values like this, and we can take one more just for the demo purpose. So like here, next is called what is 4 multiplied by 3. I can have many answers. So I'm just making the first is called 6, which is false. Second is 12. Like that, total we have created 3. Okay, so we all are set with this multiple questions. Okay, now once it is done, we would like to offer one function here. Okay, and what that function would be? The function would be known as called clear status class. Function clear status class. It takes one parameter called element, and here we will say element dot class list dot remove element dot class list dot remove. Correct. And once again I copy the same line. Wrong. So we have 2 options available, called what? right and what wrong. Now going forward, we want to have few more functions to be attached. There's only one function we've attached, that's called clear status class. Now we would like to add one more function here called function set status class. Okay, and here we pass two parameters now. One is called element and second is called correct. Two parameters we are passing it now. Element and correct. First we are calling this function called clear status class. Is a function which we have created, pass element, followed by we are saying if correct, then element dot class list dot add correct okay, else use the same option, but we'll try to add wrong here. So this is how we would like to apply right or wrong. So this is a set status class which we have it now, followed by the most important function which we're going to use it right now here is called your select answer. So you have to basically select the answer. So this is a little bigger function. So let's try to understand. Function select answer. Here we pass e as in parameter, and from here we will use const selected button equal to e dot target. Number one. Second, const correct equal to selected button dot dataset selected button dot dataset dot correct. Now going forward, we'll be calling this set status class function. In this set status class, we'll be passing document dot body as the first parameter and correct is the second parameter. Okay, now we're using array dot from, and here in this array dot from we're using answers button element dot children. Okay, followed by dot for each. Here we're using this button as in parameter. Now here what I will do, we're using this option called set status class. First parameter will be what? A button, then button dot dataset dot, we can give the value called what? Correct. Okay, so this is how we are using this array. Now we'll be utilizing the main evaluated value called if. Shuffle quotient dot length. If shuffle quotient dot length is greater than current quotient index plus 1, then what? Then we are saying next button dot class list dot remove, and here we will say hide. So this will be hidden. Okay. Else condition says what? Start button dot inner text. Okay, start button dot inner text equal to restart. Okay, and next is called start button dot class list dot remove. What we need to remove? Hide part. That's it. Okay, and here we're using this option called if selected button dot dataset equal to correct. Then quiz score plus plus and document dot get element by id. Here we are providing right hyphen answers followed by dot inner HTML equal to quiz score. So whatever the score will be after selecting the correct answer, this will be available to the user. Okay, now the next thing which we're going to develop it is basically your reset state. Function reset state. Function reset state. So what we're going to offer here? We are saying clear status class document dot body. Okay, here we are saying next button dot class list dot add hide. Okay, now we are using this while option now. Answers button element dot first child so here I will be using answers button element dot remove child. Here we have a call dot remove child, and here we will be giving answers button element dot first child. So these are the functions are used right now. We haven't called those functions, but we'll be calling those functions one by one. But this is something which we wanted to start with. Okay, well, reset state is already set. Now going forward, we would like to start working with the show questions so that the user can start seeing the question. We are saying function show question. Show question. The first parameter will be question, and from here onwards we would like to use a question element. So we have a call question element dot inner text equal to question dot question. Now followed by questions dot answer question dot answers dot for each, and here I would like to use, we are passing what answer as a parameter. Now here we like to create a button called const button equal to document dot create element. I'd like to create a button now. Okay, after that we are saying button dot inner text. We have to set the value. equal to answer dot text, then followed by button dot class list dot add. Here we are offering BTN. Okay, now we are saying if the condition is answer dot correct. If answer is correct, then what? Then button dot dataset dot correct equal to answer dot correct. Okay, now the next thing is we are using button dot add event listener, attaching the listener to this event. Which event? On click event. Second parameter will be select answer, then answer button element dot append child of what? Button. So this is your show questions, followed by what is the next question it will appear. So here we say function set next question. Next question. Here function set next question. Here in this next question we are just saying reset state, the function we are calling it, and saying show question and here we are passing this shuffle questions and we are passing this current question index. That is what the set next question is offering it to me. Now the last function which is left, that is called start game. How the game will start? Function start game, and here the main magic begin. Here we say start button dot class list dot add, and here hide. After that shuffle questions equal to, we have a call questions dot sort okay. Here we say math dot random and 5. We are passing this value. Okay, after that we are saying current question index. Initially we are giving 0 right now. After that question container element which we have already defined dot class list dot remove hide. Okay, and then we're calling set next question, which is a function we are calling it, and initializing our quiz score with the value called 0. Well, start game is ready. Next thing which we have to start with our button. So here we are saying start button dot add event listener. Here in this on my click event I will try to call this function start game. First thing. Now next we'll be calling next button dot add event listener on click on click we are using. Okay, so here we're calling current quotient index plus plus and set next question. That's it. So we are almostly done with our code. Script.js we have basically already initialized there. Okay, so the values will be kept automatically. So most of the things are now ready with us. Okay, so our JavaScript is almost ready. Index.html file is there and app.css is also ready with us. Now let's finally see how my overall look and feel really looks like in. So just go here and try to refresh and check on a button called start. Awesome, I could see the first question appears automatically. Which of these is JavaScript framework? If I select as usual my correct answer for React, now you can see is automatically making the rest of them as a red and now giving me the next button now. For the Prime Minister of India, I'm saying Narendra Modi, great, next, and I say 4 multiplied by 3, I say 12, I say next, and which of those used in mobile app development, Flutter and Flask, I say Flask, it says Flutter, and now you can see the application looks perfectly fine and it gives me the restart now, and that's it. So this is how, dear friends, your project is now completely working and expected as the way it was designed for. When I once again restart and you can say start button, now it's giving me 4 multiplied by 3. That means it is once again have taken random question. This mini project will help you to understand how we can align our content to display to my end user. So a lot many things are there. We have got CSS in place, we have HTML in place, and using some CSS3 based effects, using some HTML5 based effects, we'll be creating our mini website having some single HTML page and a CSS and a lot of images will help you to understand in case if I want to develop a website, how to kickstart them. Okay, so let's get started. So this is my folder I've created called WebPro, and in a similar folder I'll be creating some of the files. So my first file will be called styles.css. So in this styles.css, first of all I need to import some of the fonts which I will be using it throughout my development. So I'm saying import URL, and here I'll be offering the location by saying https fonts dot google apis.com. Okay, googleapis.com/css. Okay, question mark, we have to use family equal to, here we can use allura, and with using this pipe symbol we are using josephine plus cents. So that is the URL for me. In case if you want to verify whether this URL does exist or not, so what you can do, you can just copy this and go to your browser and try to paste this and check if it does exist. Yes, it does exist. That means these URLs are available to us. So this is a URL which I'll be using it for my development. After that, I'll be using this as asterisk and providing some of the core features like a margin :0 followed by other details. Okay, like I'm saying margin :0 and padding once again 0 followed by box sizing. This we are saying border box followed by outline. Okay, none. Okay, and post this will be offering list style. Here we are also saying none. After that, text decoration once again none. uh, After that, font family font family. So we are using this option which is saying called Joe's fill. Okay, sans, the one which we have used, comma. We're using one more called sans hyphen serif. So this would be a first set of the style which will be global to all. I'll be using this. Well, earlier we have given the common style to all. Now I'll be giving a style to my paragraph. So here in my paragraph, we are trying to say margin hyphen bottom. I want to give all 15 pixels because I want to develop all the styles well in advance before I proceed ahead. We are saying font hyphen size. Yeah, font hyphen size that we want to give it called 14 pixels, followed by line height. Line height, I'll give 20 pixels. After that, color. Color you can give anything. Okay, so there's one very common color called light blue. For that, there's one value called 5F. Okay, 8E, 8E, and again 8E. You can see that is called a kind of light green color which is coming up now. Okay, which is used now. A part of this paragraph will be using H1 title. Okay, H1 title, and in this H1 title we are saying margin bottom. Margin bottom we are saying 20 pixels. After that, color. Orange. Okay, let me put semicolon here. Along with this font family, this font family we're giving Allura. Okay, along with this we also want to give cursive. Cursive. Okay, also text transform. This text transform I want to use uppercase. Along with this font size. This font size I would like to give 38 pixels. Followed by font size. Yeah, so this font size I want to give is called 38 pixels. Oh, font size we've already given. Word spacing we have to give. This word spacing was given 25 pixels. Followed by letter spacing. Letter spacing was given 5 pixels. So these are the details we have given for the H1 title. So, okay, so now we'll be talking about our buttons. Which are the look and feel we have to go or provide to our buttons. So we are saying once again dot btn. Okay, space a means under my button tag a what I want. So I say width 180 pixels. 1 second. Yeah, width 180 pixels. We're giving height 35 pixels, followed by line height. Line height we're giving 35 pixels, followed by border. This border will be 2 pixels, solid black. Okay, after that color we want to give it, I would say red would be sufficient enough, followed by display. Display I want to give it is called block, followed by margin. Margin I want to give 25 pixels, auto, and 0, followed by text align. Okay, center. So this is for BTN-A which we have given. Along with this BTN-A, there are some other properties that are also available like in dot main underscore container. Here we would like to provide position, okay, colon, relative, okay. After this position, we would like to also provide the property for navbar. So we are saying navbar underscore, or let's talk about navbar. Rest of the stats will be offering it a little later. With this navbar, we are providing this width. Okay, this width will be 100%. Okay, this width will be 100%, and also we provide height. This height will be 65 pixels. Okay, provided by position. Position we are providing absolute. After that, we are saying display. Display we are providing flex. After that, we are saying justify content. Justify content, we are saying space around. After that, we are saying align items. This we are giving a center. Okay. Along with this, we are giving this logo of type A. So inside this logo, we are saying font family. This font family, we are once again using the one which we have used earlier. You remember Allura and Cursive. We can use the same, whatever we have used it earlier. So same condition, you can use it here. So we remember earlier what we have used in my previous program. Okay, font family. So the same font family, I would like to use it here also. Okay, so logo A, but let me check somewhere down the line. Font weight. Font family. So let me copy the same and paste here right now. Okay, so we have got font family with me, which we have taken it right now to my existing logo A. Along with I want to use for font size. We would like to use 32 pixels. Also color, and as usual I would like to use red. Okay, so that is for logo on which we have basically applied this. A part of this we would like to also use for navbar underscore item space ul, and here we would like to provide margin 0 and padding again 0, followed by line style, list style, sorry, list style. Here we are saying none. See, that is the benefit of having this Visual Studio Code, because sometimes when you're going wrong, it immediately give you the idea of like saying like, hey, you're going somewhere wrong. That's why the suggestions were not given to us. So till here we've added. Furthermore, we'll be adding few more styles into my code. Well, navbar till ul we have seen, now followed by same dot navbar, okay, underscore items, followed by ul, which we have it, and along with this we would like to go ahead with this list items also. And in this list items we need few details. First I talk about call float, so float left for sure. Then we talk about call width will be 100 pixels. And now we talk about call height will be 40 pixels. Well, float, width, height we have talked about. Now we talk about call background color. Background color we can say light salmon. That looks nice. And opacity we can just give call 0.8, followed by line height. Line height I can give call 40 pixels. Okay, along with this we also want text align. Once again, center. Okay, this is for these items. Now, under the same navbar, you may have some other properties also. Okay, this is for navbar ul li, and we can also have the same property, copy, but along with this li, I can also have this anchor tag. So we can select multiple elements together. So here, I would like to offer text transform. You see the text transform, uppercase, followed by color. This color we are saying black, and we are talking about called text decoration. Text decoration we want nothing. Along with this, I want display, and as usual, it will be a block type. Okay, that was li, and within this anchor tag, I also can have a hover. Let me copy this same, and with this anchor, I can have the property name called what? Hover. So what property you are expecting for this? So here in my hover property, I can say background color, and I can use tomato. Okay, well, after this, in the same navbar items, I also want to have after the anchor tag, what should happen? So this conditions I want to utilize because I want to offer some of the animations behavior right over there. So what animations I would like to go ahead that I need to offer under this navigation items li. So I just copy this, paste it below, but this hover which we are talking about, we would like to change from to after. Okay, after. So I'm removing this background color with this because background color can be changed to something else. So I can change to white. White. Well, let me have few more properties to be get added. First thing we are trying to say called position. Position will be absolute. Okay, we want from left side. Left, I want to give 50% space. After this, from bottom, I'm saying 0. Okay, now I want to talk about called transform. You remember it is a property available in CSS, and here we are saying translate x, and inside this translate x I say minus 50%. Okay, and here we are saying after that scale x. Okay, and here we are providing what? 0. So that's what the condition we want to provide it for the transform. And the next thing will be transform origin. Transform origin, so I say 50%, and again 50%. After this, we would like to talk about width. Width will be 100%. Okay, and we also want this height. Height will be 2 pixels. Okay, width 100%, height 2 pixels. After that, we talk about transition. And this transition, we can talk about called transform. Okay, transform to 50 ms. Okay, so these are so far the details which are available with us, which I would like to use it in my code. Okay, that is for after of this anchor tag. So when you talk about hover, you further want to change the behavior over there. So in this case, I would like to use the same condition. I just copy that, and here when you say colon, so you can see li space a colon hover colon after. So what conditions you want to use it here? So transform. Okay, so here translate x. Okay, so here you say minus 50% scale x. 1.0, followed by, we would like to use again dot navbar, okay, underscore item, okay, ul, followed by li, followed by once again ul, once again li, and here in this case we want to offer display none, display none, okay. So that's okay. And one more conditions I would like to take it here is, here when I say ul li colon hover, so I can say li colon hover ul li, so we will say display block. That's the condition. Okay, so far we have written this much of CSS. We would like to go ahead and try to implement some of the HTML behavior and be back to our CSS to make this possible. Okay everyone, so we have developed a lot about CSS. It's time for us to move towards our next UI, that is called the HTML part. Okay, so here I've already kept it just for the kind information. I've just downloaded few of the images, okay, from the internet just to utilize into my application. I'm gonna create the another file and give the name called index.html. Okay, this index.html file, let me have this template with me. Okay, so I have got template with me. Now here we want to use some of the awesome CSS styles for of my usual development. So within my head tag, we would like to use this link. This is for CSS. So say link rel equal to style sheet and href equal to, now I'm going to give the location. So this CSS is anyways is there, that's called style. We want to say called styles.css, and one more style I would like to use in my code, but the location will be somewhere else. I'm saying https cdnjs dot cloudflare dot com slash ajax slash libs slash font hyphen awesome. Okay, that is a well-known style sheet. We are giving the version called 5.15.1 slash css slash all, sorry, all dot min dot css. So that is the location actually. Okay, now I want to just check whether this location does exist or not. So I'll just copy this, paste it in my browser to verify. Well, yes, this style does exist. So we would like to go ahead and continue. Well, I would like to give some title in case if I want. So this is called document. I can just give the name called website. Okay, just give this W capital. Yeah, website development. Coming to my body tag. Here, I just want to give a div class equal to, let's give the name called main underscore container. Okay, and also we want to give ID equal to home. That is a div tag for them. Okay, now along with this, I want to give some other type of div tags too, where I want to use it now. Here within this div tag, I want to give another div tag where I want to provide a navbar. So div equal to navbar. Okay, and within this navbar, I want to use another div tag which says class equal to logo. Okay, within this div tag, we want to provide the one href. Okay, a href equal to, here we want to provide this hash. Okay, and this will be provided to home. So this is, we have a got div class, we have a got div class equal to logo, and under this we are providing this hashtag, and we are saying Simplilearn solutions. Okay, that is the first anchor tag. The div tag is getting closed, and we would like to start another div tag. And in this div tag, we would like to say class equal to navbar underscore items. Okay, within this div tag, we would like to use this UL, and within this UL, I would like to use this li. Okay, and in this li, we would like to bring some ahref equal to hash, that is the link which I need to provide. Okay, so in this anchor tag, we want to provide a location called home here. That's the first list item which is there. Like this, I can provide some other list items too. Like I can talk about call about. We're saying hash about, and here we say about here. So this anchor tag is getting closed. Okay, and here, before I close this list item here, we would like to take another UL tag. Okay, in this UL tag, we would like to paste this list item again, and here with this hash, we can just give the name call something, whichever you want to give it. Again, blank and empty. So after that, UL is also getting closed, li is also getting closed here. Okay, after this, we can provide few more li tags here. Okay, so href equal to, here we would like to provide a real URL now. Remove the hashtag and say https simplilearn.com slash corporate hyphen training. Okay, and here we will be giving the option called services. This falls under the category of what? Services. Like this, we would like to provide one more anchor tag for contact us. Let's say contact, one more for call our team. Okay, and here we say our team. Okay, let me go back to my index.html file and check the status. Well, it looks pretty nice now. Here we have got Simplilearn solution with us, and right inside you can see now, here in about, you see how the things are working for me. These links are coming up automatically. It came because here, if you remember, in my code, when I was saying this about, okay, this was a part of our current code, and due to that, it is now making it possible for us. And that is possible because here in my style.css, if you remember, we were using this a kind of navbar ULLI. Okay, so the moment I try to hover, okay, so this was giving me the complete details, and due to that, I was in position to get all the details. So looks pretty nice. Okay, so going forward, what I would like to do is within my program, as I could see in my index.html file, we have provided this tag. So UL is getting closed, this div is getting closed, this div is also getting closed. Okay, now here we would like to start another div. We say div class equal to banner image, banner underscore image. Okay, now within this div, I would like to use one more div tag. Within this div, we say class equal to banner underscore content. Okay, banner underscore content. Now within this div class, we would like to use this h1. Here we can say welcome to Simplilearn. Okay, after this break tag, as you know, that is a for break. And now in this span tag, we can say words. Okay, words number one bootcamp. Okay, here the h1 tag is getting closed. After that, the paragraph tag. Within this paragraph, we can say get certified, get ahead. This value. After this, the div tag is getting closed. The second div tag is also getting closed. Let me check. Okay, so that we need to organize it in a better way. So, but initially we have a got welcome to Simplilearn words number one bootcamp. Now, how my look and feel is really gonna help, because this banner part I want to organize it because I do not have a CSS for this. Clear? So certainly I need a CSS to organize this particular banner. Getting it? Because when we talk about banner content, so I need to tell where it needs to go, because I also would have some banner image also too. So I'll go back to my CSS now, and in my style CSS here, let me say banner content, banner underscore content, and here we can say text align center and say color. We can say white smoke. Okay, and also within this banner content, we want to use the h1 tag. Within this h1 tag, you have to just say text transform uppercase and line height 38 pixels. Okay, and margin bottom. This margin bottom we want to use 15 pixels. Okay, so that's one we have it. Let me close this. Sorry. And here we want to use one more property called banner content with h1 and the span tag, so that I can change the color. So here banner content h1, we also want to use span tag. Within this I want to say color, and you can just say tomato, and let's check, does it affect in my application? Yes, exactly, it does affect. Now you can see it is somewhere coming down the line like this. Okay, so I can further change it to my application, like if I talk about and all. So this I can change it for sure, because if I have some images also, those images I also want to change towards my application, but it is just a simple part. We are talking about called banner part, and we also have to take some images too for this banner image. So let's go back and talk about our index.html file and see what some of the banners I want to utilize it here. Okay, now when we talk about called get ahead, I certainly need some of the banner image too, but banner image is not available. So let me go back and try to use some banner image, whichever we have to define under my CSS. Okay, so here in my style CSS, let me go here and say dot banner underscore image. In this banner image, we have to say background URL, background colon. Now we have to say URL, and in this URL we have to use this image called images/p4.jpg. That will be my image, and also we would like to use one very common option that is called no repeat, so that it should not repeat it, and I want to fix it to the top and in a center. Okay, now let's check. Perfect, it is coming up, but it is not looking as good as it looks like in. So we want to use few more important things, saying this background size, cover, and also want to use width. I want to use 100%, and height we want to use it called 600%. Okay, display we want to use it flex, and justify content we want to use it called center, and align items center. Let's check this out. Okay, now you can see it looks pretty better compared to the previous version, whatever we have written it. But this image needs to be look even more better. Okay, and the content needs to be more awesome. But anyways, that is the first thing which we have written. After that, we have to write an about us and other areas. But that is initially which I would like to make it even more better and more look. Okay. Okay, so we have seen the value still call option called get certified, get ahead. The div tag is getting closed and I want to use another div, and inside this div we want to say class equal to about. Okay, and id equal to about. Okay, and within this div tag I want to use this h1 tag. With this h1 tag I say class equal to title. Okay, here I want to say about us. H1 tag is closed. After that, I want to define this paragraph and want to give some details about a Simplilearn. Okay, like I talk about Simplilearn. Words number 1. Training. Okay, we can just provide some details. Training providers. That's it. So we can write it that much about in paragraph tag, and we can use this div again. Within this div, we say div class equal to btn and say a href equal to, and in this href we would like to say colon simplylearn.com. Okay, slash resources, and here we can just give the option name called learn more to this anchor tag. The div tag is getting closed later on. Okay, and now just like in div we have provided here, we can also offer the details with regards to your services. So I can just copy the same and provide about the services. So we can say services id equal to services, and you can provide anything whichever you would like to provide. Title is same. About us we can say our services. our services. So you can give any details if you want. Okay, paragraph. Now here after this paragraph using div class equal to div underscore services, and we may not have any href right over here, so we're removing this href tag. Okay, div class equal to div, once again spelling wrong, di develop div services. Here we want to use another div tag, and in this div tag we want to say class equal to div underscore services underscore item. We have to basically provide, and within this I have to use this option called img src equal to, now you have to provide a location, so I'm saying under this images folder we have a call services, we have a call services 1 dot jpg alt equal to, in case if the service is not available you can just say service underscore image. Okay, within this, once this is closed, you like to use a h3 tag now, and in this h3 tag I just say class equal to sub underscore title, and here we give the title name called web development. Let me go back and check. Yeah, so I can see this option called about us is coming up. Learn more. If I talk about learn more, you see I'm taking you to the website of this Simplilearn, resources which are available to us. So this link is working perfectly fine, and I can see here called our services, it is the same. Well, going back, so we have a call this our services, so alt equal to services underscore image, sc class equal to subtitle web development, and that's it. So the div tag is getting closed here, and I may choose to talk towards div service item. So let me have another div tag here, and in this div tag we say class equal to div underscore services underscore item. Div underscore services underscore item. Okay, now within this div tag, okay, so what you want to offer now? I want to offer some again certain images. So what those images will be, let me try to copy this, and the s3 tag too, let me copy this again. Service 1 I'm giving called service 2 service underscore images sub underscore title. Rather than using web development we can say app development. Okay, so this div tag I will copy it again, which is getting closed, and try to use one more. So div underscore service underscore item, again images I'll say service 3 instead, service image, and here I can say online certification. Online certification. Okay, so like this all the 3 div tags are getting closed now, and after that we will start. Meanwhile, let me check. So these image sizes are pretty big, so I just want to make them small, but initially they are okay. Okay, you can see we have a call our services. Okay, so you can see like web development. So image sizes are pretty big, which we can make them small to cover up the way they are supposed to, but this we will be doing it a little later on. Let's go ahead and talk about the complete HTML portion which we want to complete it now. Okay, so till online certification we have taken, so also the 3 div tags are getting closed. Now here onwards we want to start the another div. Okay, with this div we want to say class equal to we want to use contact us. We want to say contact us, and here id equal to contact us. Let me try to wrap it with this single quotes. Okay, and here we use this h1 tag. Within this h1 tag we say class equal to title here, and here I say contact us. Okay, that is for the first h1 tag. We are using it now. After that, let's start with another div tag. With this div we want to use class equal to form underscore wrapper. Okay, div class equal to what? Form underscore what? Wrapper. Div again. Okay, class equal to form underscore what? Input, and here we say the input tag. So it is input tab equal to what? A checkbox for me. So I would like to say text instead. Input tab equal to what? Text, and just say remove the name and id and say placeholder equal to email. Okay, so this div tag is getting closed. After that I can also use, so for I would say subject as well as for message, I copy this form input. So once again placeholder subject, and once again placeholder equal to what? Message. Three options, we are using it right now. Okay, div. After this, once it is over, we would like to use another div tag, div class equal to btn, and within this I want to use some anchor tag, a href equal to hash, href equal to what? Hash, and want to use submit. Okay, that's it. Now you can see we have got these three properties are coming up at the end, but certainly we can go back and try to fix those images which are there behind the scene. Okay, using what? The style. So first important thing is we have got these images with us. What those images are, if we just check here, we have a call def service item. Okay, we have a call what? Def service item. So that we want to change it, but before that I will go back to my style, and after this h1 span we want to use for dot about. Okay, dot service, we press enter, service, or I can say services. Here we talk about dot contact us. We also talk about dot our team. Okay, so these four properties we are trying to use it by saying text align center and padding 5%, 10%. Okay, now we talk about services. So we're saying dot services. With the services we can say background white smoke. Now we would like to provide the div services where we have these options with us. We say dot div underscore services. Here margin top 35 pixels. From margin top we are saying after that display we are selecting is called type flex. Also justify contents of type space between for div services. Now in this div services we may get many different type of options. Okay, this is the first div service. Now in the same option dot div services space we talk about div services underscore item. Okay, and here we want to say width 30%. Okay, now I copy the same in this div services item. So we want to use image part. That is the most important area. Here we say width 100%. Okay, and margin button. Okay, margin button 25 pixels. Okay. Okay, now you can see this images looks pretty nice. Yeah, looks better. So that's how you see your websites are really creating some difference compared to the previous one. Now they're aligned properly, and you can see here these images are really nice. Okay, that's the benefit. So we have this, let me curly braces. Yeah, and once this image part is closed, we would like to talk about H3 part. Let me copy this item, and with this item we say H3. In this H3 we say color, tomato, and margin bottom we say 15 pixels. Okay, for this H3. And when it comes to this text boxes, certainly you can change the look and feel how you really want it. So for this you can say dot form underscore wrapper form underscore input. Okay, form wrapper form input we say margin hyphen bottom 15 pixels. Okay, for form input. Now in a similar line, form input we may have a for text area input text area, and in this text area we want to offer some of the details, like I'm talking about, like in width we talk about padding. Let's talk about like in width I'm saying 250 pixels. Okay, we say padding we say 12 pixels and 20 pixels. We talk about height 80 pixels. We talk about resize. We talk about none. We say border. This border we say 1 pixel. Solid and white. This is for this. And in a similar one, I can use it for the text box. So form colon input, whichever we have used it. Form wrapper, form input. So let me copy this. Okay, form input. And here we say input equal to type of text. So what combination you'll be using? So I'll be using width, padding, and border. Copy. So I need width, padding, and border. Height and resize, we're removing it. And awesome. So they look pretty nice. Okay, so we have this 3 text boxes with us, and all are looking nice the way we are expecting from our application. Okay, so that's the one which my application is offering about this text area and all. So that looks really nice the way we are expecting right now. Okay, so what are the areas we have seen? Div services, item, and everything whichever we were saying like this. So let's go back and check to my index.html file. So we have a call form wrapper, which is the outermost. Okay, you see now here it contains lot many things. So here in my program, when I see like form wrapper, okay, form underscore wrapper dot form input, and talk about like the other details, talk about like input type equal to text. You see like the border is like that. So if you want to have this border some different color, then certainly use black. Now you can see it looks pretty nice, because earlier it was looking like pretty much different. Now at least I can see here the location has been given. Okay, so going back towards the previous HTML page, so we had a call submit button with us. Okay, after this all three div tags are getting closed, and now onwards we would like to start working with team details. So we are saying div, so div class equal to our team, and id equal to team again. Okay, and now we want to use this h1 tag. Here in this h1 tag we say class equal to title, and here I say our team in a h1 tag. Now once it is over, we will use again another div tag which having class equal to our team wrapper, our team underscore wrapper. Now within this div tag, we want to use one more div tag. Here in this class equal to team underscore or team hyphen one space team. That is the div tag. Now here we will be using a lot of other div tags inside this, like I say div class equal to team members, okay, and data hyphen name equal to, you can give any name. Let's give the name call Kisley space k. Okay, and within this I want to use one image tag, img space src equal to images slash team1 dot jpeg. Okay, so that's the first thing we have it. So this div tag is closed now. I copy the same. So total I want to use this 3 1 2 3, and here team members I would like to change the name here rather than Kisley. Let me give the name called Abhijit, and one more that is called, okay, and change the name to 2 followed by 3. Okay, so this is the first div we have used it. So this div tag is getting closed right over here along with this. So there's a second div tag is getting closed. So after having this two div tags closed, we want to use another one. So for team2, okay, so I just copy the same Okay, I would like to go ahead with team to team. So team members, and here I would like to say 4, 5, 4, 5, 6, and change the name. Like you can give anything. I just give the name call. Suppose Aryan, Adarsh, and so these names we are using it. Now let's go back and see how it really looks. So these images are coming like that. Okay, so we want to use those images in somewhere not like this or horizontal or vertical. So this for fix that issue, I have to once again look back to where? To my styles. Okay, where this option can be used in better way. I like to go back to my style.css and want to use the first option called dot overlay. Background, sorry, background. Now here we say white smoke. Now again our team wrapper. So in this I would like to say display, flex, and flex direction, space between. Oh, sorry, column. Let's check how it really looks like in. There's no much change, but certainly few more classes can really make a difference. So our team, okay, underscore wrapper. Let's check this is the same name we have used it. Yes, our team. Now, in the same way, we want to use this team. So again, our team wrapper, okay, dot team display flex and justify contents space between. Okay. Now here, when we talk about team, we also want to say uh, our team underscore wrapper dot team underscore members. Here we would like to give width how much 30% and height this will be auto and here we'll be having cursor pointer for sure and overflow hidden and position relative. This is for team members. Now you can see it looks better now. Now we have to basically divide those because we have got separate team members are available, so we have to also divide them too. So here after this we want to say dot our team wrapper and again dot team members space img. These images we say display block width 100%, okay, height auto, okay, transition transition or transition I can say or type all like this, okay, and in a similar way copy this team and we'll say members over image. Then we can say transform scale 1.1. That's it. Okay, so we have this look and feel appeared. Okay, width, transition, image, hover. So they're all ready with us. Okay, everybody. So after writing all those, the only difference I made it like I had used hyphen, but I'm using underscore here. Finally, when I see my look and feel of this, I can see now it is moving. You can see now it is all moving. Okay, so that gives me the confidence of like, yes, exactly the code is working the way it was expected earlier. In my index.html file, okay, so once this portion is over, okay, we want to go ahead. So 3 div tags are getting closed, 1, 2, and 3. And here we would like to start working with a footer. So here we start footer. So within this footer, I say class equal to footer. Okay. Now after this, I use container div class equal to what? Container, and again div equal to row. Okay. Now div class equal to row, again another div equal to footer hyphen col, call footer hyphen column. Now let me use h4. Within this h4 I say company. Okay, after this we want to use this ul. Within this ul, once again I want to use some link items, uh, list items. Within this list item, a equal to, so this href tag we want to say http. Okay, we have already used the simplilearn.com url here. Let me copy this, come down, https simplilearn.com. Rather than resources, I can say about us, about hyphen us, and here we say about us. So it is getting closed. So I copy this line again. Okay, so one more thing, I want to use it, link href equal to hash, and here we will say our team. Okay, after that we want to offer the careers, so we say and we want to use careers. Here reviews, and say alumni speak. So this is the detail of this. So the UL tag is getting closed, and after this UL tag is getting closed, we want to use one more div class equal to footer hyphen column. Okay, I copy this, it is getting closed here. Okay, so div class equal to footer hyphen column. So rather than using company, we want to use discover. And here in this discover, we say simplilearn.com, and here we have this option called skill up hyphen free hyphen online hyphen courses. Okay, so here we will give the name called skill up. Okay, after this We have this called careers. We say resources. We remove this. Resources. Here we can give the name called resources again. Resources. We have a called tutorials. Tutorials. We say tutorials here. So like this, we can create as many number of URLs as I want. Okay. So once it is over, let me copy this again. And here, footer column, we say follow us. Follow us. Or else we can say this option name called work with us. Work with us. In this work with us, we can have some options with us in UL. Remove this too. In this, we would like to say guest blogging. We say guest blogging. Guest blogging. We can say blog as guest. Blog. Any guest. Another link which I have it here, that is called become our trainer. Here we say become our trainer, and we say become an instructor. Okay, so like that you're offering it, and once it is done, I can copy it once again, this div, and provide few more footer hyphen column followers. Okay, and followers, we would like to use another div. Okay, we say div class equal to social hyphen links, and this div tag will be closed later. Okay, div class equal to social links. In this, I can have some facebook.com and twitter.com and many more names I can take it. So here in our div class equal to social link, here I will not be using any UL here. I will not be using any li here. Okay, so I'm closing this UL and li. Closing this UL and li. Well, Simplilearn.com, or else we can just give the name called twitter.com. Okay, twitter.com/Simplilearn. Okay, so we can offer the user to follow us on a Instagram also, or to the Twitter also. So here we say a href, but what we need to give it, so we can say twitter.com/Simplilearn. We remove this values whichever we have it. So instead we use this I. Okay, and in this I say equal to fa-twitter. Okay, anchor tag is closed. So in case if you want to talk about like a typical Instagram, that Instagram also you can use it now. So here we say http www.insta. we say instagram.com, okay, slash Simplilearn underscore e-learning, okay, and I want to use the same option there also. Hi, and with this, remove this, okay. So here, you just give the name called fa-Instagram. Now let's go back and check. Okay, so you can see now we have got this links coming up for Facebook as well as what of this Instagram. So that looks really nice. That gives us a feeling of yes, exactly the code, the way we are looking forward for, it is working the way it was expected. Okay, and if you want to offer any other type of details, that also you can offer, but this is the first thing which we have taken. So this is the navigation links are available. These navigation links you can also change the way they always look forward for. So I'll be providing some links which we can later on use it. Okay everyone, so finally we're all ready. So I have basically added some of the additional styles to my code. You can see here from this point onwards, we've added this image URL. This is for body, this is for star, container, row, UL, this is for footer, this is for footer column. So because we are also using some footer portions into my code, as you can see, we have called footer column and footer class equal to what? Footer. So I've implemented this footer background color equal to black. We have used it padding 70 pixels, footer column because we are using this h4 tag also. You remember like we're using this h4 tag also. So for all h4 tags, this would be the basic setting. For footer column h4, before we would like to give the contents like this by giving this background color, height, box sizing, width, and all. Footer column UL li not last child, we're gonna give this margin bottom, and this is the style for footer column UL li and list items. Clear? And here you can see this font size we're giving it. This is for hover. This is for footer column where we have our social links whichever we have created. So it is showing me the display inline block, margin, border radius, and this is for social links when I try to click on or hover it. So the color will change to this white color. And the media, this is for responsiveness to make sure like in case if I reduce the size of my browser, they look better the way it is expected. So when the line size will change to 720 pixels, so this color will be changed. And this is the styles for arrow, footer one. These all we have implemented. And finally, my application, when I refresh, it actually looks like that. See now, this is the footer area of my application. So I'm sure that this looks even more better and convenient because when I try to reduce the size, you see now it's still gonna give you the responsiveness. Can you see this now? This is gonna give you the responsiveness. Reason because here we are using this logic for media when the change of width will to 720 pixels, if it is going to 767 pixels, so like that you implement that. So guys, our project is now ready. I'm sure that you enjoyed. Thank you very much for enjoying this project. So final, our application is set and our application is working the way it is supposed to work for us.
HTML stands for Hypertext Markup Language. It is the most widely used language for developing web applications. It was created by Berners-Lee in the year 1991, but it was published in the year 1995. HTML4 was a popular breakthrough version and got published in the year 1991. This version gained a lot of popularity and was adopted all over the globe for developing web applications. So without further ado, let's get started with the interview questions based on HTML. So the first question: what is HTML? HTML stands for Hypertext Markup Language and it is the language of the internet. It is a standard text formatting language used for creating and displaying pages on internet. HTML documents are made up of the elements and tags that format it properly and display it on pages. So we have our next question now. What are HTML tags? So the answer for this question is HTML tags are used for placing the elements in a proper and appropriate format. Tags use the symbols greater than and less than to set them apart from the HTML content. The HTML tags need not to be closed always. For example, in case of images, the closing tags are not required for an image tag. Now, followed by the second question, we have our third question. What are HTML attributes? The attributes are the properties that can be added to an HTML tag that change the way the tag behaves or displayed. For example, an image tag. An image tag has src attribute with which you can use the source from which you have to display the image from. Now the attributes are added right after the name of the HTML tag inside the brackets. The attributes can only be added to opening or self-closing tags, but never in closing tags. Now followed by third question, we have our next question. What is Markup in HTML? Markup is used for scrolling text on a web page. It scrolls the image or text up, down, left or right automatically. To apply for a Markup, you have to use Markup tags. Now we have our fifth question. How do you separate a section of text in HTML? We separate a section of text in HTML using the below tags, which are the break tag, paragraph tag and block quote. The break tag is used to separate a line of text. It breaks the current line and shifts the flow of the text line to a new line. Followed by that, we have the paragraph line. The paragraph line is used to write a paragraph of text. And third one, the block quote. The block quote tag is used to define large quoted sections. Now we have our sixth question. Define the types of lists in HTML. So we have the three types of lists in HTML, which are the ordered list, unordered list and definition list. So first we'll discuss the ordered list. The ordered list uses OL tag and displays elements in a numbered format. Next we have the unordered list. The unordered list uses UL tag and displays elements in a bulleted format. Thirdly, we have the definition list. The definition list uses DL, DT and DD tags and displays elements in the form of definition like a dictionary. Next we have our seventh question. How do you align list of elements in an HTML file? We can align the list elements in an HTML file by using indents. If you indent each nested list and further than the parent list, then you can easily align and determine the various lists and the elements that it contains. Now we have our eighth question. Differentiate between ordered list and unordered list. So the answer for this question is, an unordered list uses UL tags and each element of the list is written between LI tags. The items are displayed as bullets rather than numbers. Now coming into ordered list. So for creating an ordered list, you'll be using OL tags and each element inside the list is written using LI tags. The list items are displayed using numbers rather than bullet points. Now we have a sample on the screen right now. So the first three elements are a set of unordered lists which are represented using bullet tags, and the second set, which is the coffee, tea and milk, is an ordered list which is represented using numbers. Now moving ahead, we have the ninth question. How do you display a table in HTML web page? So the table in HTML can be created or displayed using the table tag. So it also uses to manage the layout of the page, for example, header section, navigation bar, body content, footer section, etc., etc. So given below are a list of HTML tags used for displaying table in an HTML web page. So we have table, tr, th, etc., etc. Table is used to define a table. Tr is used to define a row in a table. Th for header, td for a cell. Caption is used to define a caption, and we have the call group, which is used to specify a group of one or more columns in a table for formatting. Next we have call, which is used with call group element to specify column properties for each column. Next we have tbody, which is used to group the body content in a table. Next we have thead, tfooter, which are used for header content and footer content respectively. Moving forward, we have our 10th question. How do you display the given table in an HTML web page? So the answer for this question is written on the right side part of my screen. This is the sample code which you can use to represent or display a table which is given in this particular format over here. Now followed by this, we have our 11th question. How do we insert a comment in HTML? So the answer for this question is, we can insert a comment in HTML by beginning with lesser than sign and ending with a greater than sign. For example, as shown in the right side part of my screen, which is hello world. Now moving ahead, we have our 12th question. How do you insert a copyright symbol in HTML? So you can insert a copyright symbol by using ampersand copy semicolon or ampersand hashtag 169 semicolon in an HTML file. Now moving ahead, we have our 13th question. So what is a white space in HTML? So the answer for this question is an empty sequence of space characters is called as whitespace in HTML. This whitespace is considered as a single space character in HTML. Whitespace helps the browser to merge multiple spaces into one single space, and so taking care of indentation becomes easier. Whitespace helps in better organizing the content and tags, making them readable and easy to understand. With this, let's move into the 14th question. How do you create links in different sections within the same HTML web page? So the answer is anchor tags. We can use anchor tag along with referencing through the use of hashtag symbol to create several links to different sections within the same web page. Moving ahead, we have the 15th question. How do you create a hyperlink in HTML? So the answer is we can use anchor tag. Again, here the same thing. We can use anchor tag to create a hyperlink within the HTML that links to another web page. The hyperlink can be added to images too. Now moving ahead into our 16th question, define an image map. So the answer for this question is an image map in HTML helps in linking with the different kinds of web pages using this single image. It can be used for defining spaces in the images that are made part of the image mapping process. Moving ahead, we have our 17th question. Why do we use style sheet in HTML? A style sheet helps in creating a well-defined template for HTML web page that is both consistent as well as portable. A single style sheet template can be linked to various web pages, which makes it easier to maintain and change the look of the website. Now the 18th question, what is semantic in HTML? So the answer for this question is semantic HTML is a coding style. It is the use of HTML markup to reinforce the semantics or the meaning of the content. For example, the semantic HTML B tag is not used for bold statement as well as I tag, which is not used for italic. Instead, we use strong and EM tags. Now, followed by the 18th question, we have our 19th question. What is SVG in HTML? So the HTML SVG is used to describe the vector or raster graphics. SVG images and their behaviors are defined in XML text sheets. It is mostly used for vector type diagrams like pie charts, two-dimensional graphs in an XY coordinate system. Now moving ahead, we have our 20th question. What would happen if there is no text between the HTML tags? So the answer for this question is really simple. There would be nothing to format if there is no text present in between the tags. Therefore, nothing will appear on the screen. Some tags, such as the tags with our closing tag, like image tag, do not require any text between them. Now, followed by the 20th question, we have our next question. How do you create nested web pages in an HTML? So nested web pages basically mean a web page within a web page. We can create nested web pages in HTML using the built-in iframe tag. The HTML iframe tag defines an inline frame, for example, which is displayed on the right side part of my screen. You can see the iframe source, which redirects the user to Simplilearn's official web page. Now, followed by that, we have our 22nd question. How do you add buttons in HTML? So we can use the built-in button tag in HTML to add buttons to the HTML web page. So on the right hand part of my screen, you can see the implementation of button to an HTML web page. Now, followed by 22nd question, we have our 23rd question. What are the different types of headings in HTML? So the answer for this question is there are basically 6 types of heading tags in HTML, which are defined with H1 to H6 tags. Each type of the heading tag displays different text size from another, where H1 is being the largest and H6 is being the smallest. So on the right hand part of my screen, you can see the implementation of heading tags from H1 to H6. Now the output for this particular code segment is the H1, H2, H3, H4, H5, H6. So you can see that H1 is being the biggest one and H6 is being the smallest one. Now moving ahead into our 24th question, how do you insert an image in the HTML web page? So the answer for this question is you can insert an image in the HTML web page by using the following code, which is displayed on the right side part of my screen. You can see we have a image source is equals to tulip.jpeg, which is used for inserting an image into your HTML web page. Now our 25th question. What is the alt attribute in HTML? Now the answer for this question is the alt attribute is used for displaying the text in place of an image whenever the image cannot be loaded due to any technical issue. So basically, when you have poor internet connection and you're trying to load an image, you can see some sort of text in place of an image. So that particular text is nothing but the alt attribute. Now moving ahead, we have our 26th question. How are hyperlinks inserted in the HTML web page? You can insert a hyperlink in the HTML web page by using the following code, which is present on the right side part of my screen. You can use the anchor tag along with href, and inside that particular tag you can use the URL to which you want your users to redirect to. Now followed by this, we have our 27th question. How do you add color to the text in HTML? So the answer for this question is, you can add color to the text by using the following code, which is present on the right side part of my screen, where you can add red color and blue color, green color to this particular paragraph and headings. Now followed by 27th question, we have our 28th question. How do you add CSS styling in HTML? So there are three particular ways to add CSS to your HTML. There are inline CSS, external style sheet, and internal style sheet. We'll discuss each of these methods in a bit more detail. First, we have the inline CSS. So it is used when less amount of styling is needed, or in cases where only a single element has to be styled. To use inline styles, add the style attribute in the relevant tag. Now moving ahead, we have the external style sheet. This is used when the style is applied to many elements or HTML pages. Each page must link to the style sheet using the link tag. Now we have the last one, which is the internal style sheet. It is used when a single HTML document has a unique style and several elements need to be styled to follow the format. Internal style sheet is added in the head section of the HTML page by style tag. Now followed by this, we have our 29th question. What hierarchy do the style sheets follow? The answer for this question is, if a single selector includes three different style definitions, the definition that is closest to the actual tag takes precedence. Inline style takes priority over embedded style sheets, which takes priority over external style sheets. Now our last question for the session today. How do you add JavaScript to an HTML web page? So the answer for this question is, we basically have three methods to add a JavaScript to our HTML web page. They are inline, script block, and external JavaScript file. First, we'll discuss the inline. You can add JavaScript to your HTML elements directly whenever a certain event occurs. JavaScript code can be added using attributes of the HTML tags that support it. Now the next one, that is the script block. You can define a script block anywhere inside the HTML code, which will get executed as soon as the browser reaches to that part of the document. This is why script blocks are usually added at the end part of the HTML documents. Now the last one, that is the external JavaScript file. You can also add or import the JavaScript code from a separate file and keep your HTML code clutter-free. This is especially useful if there is a large amount of scripting added to the HTML web page. So this session will be about become a front-end developer. So let us begin. We are going to discuss the things you need to know to become a web developer. First, we will start with basic skills which every web developer must know before moving into more advanced web frameworks. Then, we will understand what React is and why it is so popular. After that, we will go through another web framework called Angular. Then, we will also get to know about a comparatively new front-end framework called Vue. In the end, we will go through the front-end developer salary trends, which will give you an insight of the job market. So without further ado, let's get started. First, the basic skills. Let us understand what basic skills are required to become a web developer. There are a few recommendations in that you must learn for either path. These are the common things every programmer should know. The first one is the GitHub. So Git is a free open source version control system that enables collaborations in a particular project. It is designed to handle both small and large scale projects. Git is a tool used to save code and create different versions to better manage the feature updates in the product or an application. So followed by the GitHub, the next important thing we have is the data structures and algorithms. A data structure is the location used to store and organize data. An algorithm is a collection of steps to solve a particular problem. Learning data structures and algorithms allow us to write efficient and fast computer programs. So followed by data structures and algorithms, we have the text editor. Get familiar with the text editor of your choice. Visual Studio Code is the top choice for most of the web developers, and my personal choice too, because of the large support of languages and, of course, the speed. The text editor is where you write all your code and the terminal is where you execute it. So followed by the text editor, we have the command line. The command line is an important tool to get familiar with. It is how you run your code after writing it on a text editor. The better you are on the command line, the more efficient you will be as a developer. So followed by the command line, we have the HTTP and HTTPS. The HTTP protocol is the backbone of the internet. It handles requests and responses from a web application. It is mandatory for a web developer to have good knowledge of both HTTP and HTTPS in order to build fast and responsive web applications. Now that we know what basic skills are required to become a front-end developer, let's discuss about the most popular front-end library, that is the React. Now, what exactly React is? So, React is a front-end JavaScript library used for building beautiful user interface components. It is an open source, meaning it can be used in your commercial projects without any restrictions. It is also component-based, and these components can be used again and again, promoting code reusability. It is an MVC or Model View Controller architecture. React is the V responsible for how the application looks and feels for the end user. Now, why should you learn React? React has always been in high performance as it uses virtual DOM rather in real DOM. So basically DOM stands for Document Object Model and is used by every internet browser for rendering a web page or an application. React can also be easily integrated with other JavaScript frameworks like Node.js, resulting in the development of a completely new web application including front-end and the back-end. It is comparatively easy to maintain large-scale applications written in React because it highly promotes code reusability and code readability. So followed by React, the next important thing we have is the Angular. We have an idea of what React is, but it is not the only framework used for building user interfaces. So now let us know about Angular. So now what exactly Angular is? Angular, unlike React, is a fully fledged framework for web application development, which usually does not require additional libraries for implementing additional functionalities like routing. It is also open source and backed by Google and is regularly updated, resulting in constantly improved performance and addition of new features. In terms of performance, it was pegged to be much slower than React, but with the recent versions, performance seems to be on par with React. Now, why should you learn Angular? Angular is one of the most stable frameworks out there. It is also the most complete, meaning you don't have the need to integrate with other frameworks since it pretty much includes everything for the web development of a complete web application. Angular, backed by Google, is a safe choice for using in long-term projects since it is not going anywhere anytime soon. Angular is obviously used by Google for its web applications and also used by other large-scale companies, creating a lot of job opportunities. Now followed by Angular, the next one we have is the Vue. Now that we know quite a bit about the two popular front-end frameworks, namely React and Angular, let's now go ahead into Vue and learn a bit more about Vue.js library. Now what exactly is Vue? Vue is a lightweight and open source progressive JavaScript framework used for developing interactive web user interfaces. It is meant to be integrated with other libraries to develop a complete web application. Like React, Vue.js is mainly focused on the Vue part of the web application and hence it's a bit faster when compared to Angular, which is a complete web application solution. Vue.js is commonly referred to as Vue and pronounced as Vue.js, or Vue is rightly so. Now why should you learn Vue? Any beginner web developer can easily understand Vue and start building their own web user interfaces. Like React, Vue also uses virtual DOM, resulting in better performance, and it also uses the component-based code design, promoting code reusability and code readability. Vue.js has become popular in recent times, and many companies are starting to use it owing to its lightweight performance and easy integration with other web libraries and frameworks. Now with this, let's move into the next section where we will discuss about the front-end developer salary trends. Now that we know what skills we need to become a front-end developer, let's now have a look into the salary trends of a front-end developer. Front-end developers are always in high demand since new web applications are launched and managed continuously. They are generally offered generous salaries across the globe. The salaries also depend on the factors like frameworks, skills, and the work experience. The average salary of a front-end developer in India is 5,06,000 rupees per annum. The average salary of a front-end developer in United States is $76,929 US per annum. This session will be about web development roadmap in 2021. So let us begin. Assuming that you know what web development is, the roadmap is divided into 3 sections. The first section is all about the common skills which every web developer should know, while the second and third are about front-end and the back-end development, the main areas of web development. So you can either learn front-end or back-end or both, depending upon your choice. So if you want to become a full-stack web developer, then you have to learn both front-end and the back-end. There is no escaping there. In the end, we will also go through the salaries of web developer. So without further ado, let's get started. The first one, that is the common skills. Let us understand the basic skills that you require to become a web developer. There are a few recommendations in that you must learn for either path. These are the common things every programmer should know. The first one is Git. Git is a free and open source version control system that enables collaboration in a particular project. It is designed to handle both small and large scale projects. Git is a tool used to save code and create different versions to better manage the feature updates in a product or application. The next one is the data structures and algorithms. A data structure is a location used to store and organize data. An algorithm is a collection of steps to solve a particular problem. Learning data structures and algorithms will allow us to write efficient and fast computer programs. Followed by data structures, we have the text editor. Get familiar with the text editor of your choice. Next, Visual Studio is the top choice of the most web developers, and my personal choice too, because it has a large support of languages and of course the speed. Next, text editor is where you write all your code and the terminal is where you execute it. So followed by the text editor, we have the command line. A command line is an important tool that you need to get familiar with. It is how you run your code after writing your code on the text editor. The better you are on the command line, the most efficient you will be as a developer. So followed by command line interface, you have the HTTP or HTTPS. The HTTP protocol is a backbone of the internet. It handles the requests and responses of a web application. It is mandatory for a web developer to have good knowledge of both HTTP and HTTPS in order to build a fast and responsive web application. So followed by common skills, we have the front-end developer. Front-end development is all about developing the user interface and its interaction with the client end. Let's go ahead and look into this field of web development. There are a few things that you must know for becoming a front-end developer. Let's discuss these things. So the first one is the web development basics. It is necessary to know the basics of web before moving on to programming languages. Next, you should know stuff like web applications, protocols like HTTP, and web development in general. So followed by web development basics, we have the HTML and CSS. HTML and CSS are the backbones of any website. HTML provides the structure while CSS provides the style to make them visually appealing. Mastering these two technologies is a must to become a front-end developer. Browser in the end renders HTML and CSS on the web page regardless of the technology used to develop that page. Followed by HTML and CSS, we have the JavaScript. JavaScript is an extremely important technology that every web developer should learn. Most of the popular web frameworks like React.js and Node.js are built upon the JavaScript. JavaScript makes the web applications alive by adding interactivity and dynamic updating of web applications. Followed by JavaScript, we have the TypeScript. TypeScript can be considered as an extension of JavaScript. Angular uses TypeScript as its base language. It adds type safety to JavaScript to catch errors in the development phase. It also helps in developing object-oriented code for JavaScript. So followed by TypeScript, we have the Angular. Angular is a web framework used to create single-phase applications. It is backed by Google, therefore learning Angular is a good choice for a modern web developer. So followed by Angular, we have React.js. React is a popular library for developing fast and responsive web applications. It is backed by Facebook and quite popular because of its simplicity and performance. It allows you to create reusable components that can be used to create modern web applications. So followed by React.js, we have Vue.js. Vue is like other front-end frameworks that is used for building user interfaces. It is comparatively easier to integrate Vue with other libraries or existing projects. It is a newer framework, but it has really picked up speed last year and being adopted more. Now followed by the front-end developer, we have the back-end developers. So back-end development is more about caring how application works and ensure that it keeps running smoothly. Let's go ahead and know more about this field of web development. There are a few things that you must learn for becoming a back-end developer. Let us discuss those things. So the first one is the Node.js. Node.js is a JavaScript runtime built on Chrome's V8 JavaScript engine. It allows you to develop a complete web application using JavaScript. It is best suited to be used for web applications in conjunction with JavaScript frameworks like React.js. So followed by Node.js, we have Python. Python is a popular language used in various fields of tech applications. Django is a backend framework based on Python used for server-side scripting. It is also known for its speed and efficiency. Python is also an easy to get started with programming language if this is your first time coding. Followed by Python, we have Java. Java has been the most used language for a long time. It is primarily used for backend development. You can either use core Java or Java with Spring Boot for high-performance backend. Next we have Ruby. Ruby is a dynamic programming language that focuses mainly on simplicity. It has a syntax that is very easy to read and close to English language phrases. The web framework Ruby on Rails is popularly used for developing backend systems. So followed by Ruby, we have PHP and MySQL. PHP, although treated as a hard-to-learn language, is still the easiest way to write server-side code. At least 50% of the internet runs on PHP and MySQL. MySQL is the most popular database for storing data of a web application. Now, followed by the backend developer, we will enter the next important stage of web development roadmap in 2021. That is about the web developer's salary trends. Let's now have a look on the salary trends of a web developer. Web developers are always in demand since new web applications are launched and managed continuously. They are generally offered generous salaries across the globe. Salaries also depend on the types of web developers. For instance, full-stack developers are paid more than the front-end and back-end developers. The average salary of a web developer in India is 3,86,000 per annum. The average salary of a web developer in the United States is $68,524 per annum.
I'm sure you've all heard the phrases software development and web development. And I wouldn't be surprised if you use them interchangeably or even mistook a software developer for a web developer. Well, let me break your bubble. They are different. Today's topic of discussion is software developer versus web developer. So moving ahead, who is a web developer? Now, a web developer builds and maintains websites and other web applications. He takes web design and turns it into a website. Web developers are responsible for how a website or web application looks and functions, from its user interface and page layout to back-end systems for gathering data. A web developer is expected to collaborate with clients, stakeholders, and organization leaders to design unique and engaging websites for businesses, non-profits, government agencies, and anyone else who's looking to communicate more effectively online. So diving a bit deeper, a web developer can specialize in different areas based on their skill. You have the front-end developers. Now these are experts who are in charge of how websites and applications look and function from the user's perspective. Next, there are back-end developers who focus on the technical aspects of websites and web applications that support both basic and advanced functionality. Now, they largely work on administrative components, which include databases, website architecture, application logic, creating new APIs, and user interfaces based on predefined specifications. And lastly, there are full-stack developers who are professionals responsible for the development of an application from start to finish. They specialize in both front-end and back-end of the application development. Typically, a web developer should have good skills in various frameworks and markup languages like HTML, CSS, JavaScript, React.js, Angular, and database management systems like MongoDB, and backend tools like Node. So I hope this helped you understand who a web developer is, some of their responsibilities, and their basic skill set. Next up, let's understand who a software developer is. Now, software developers are responsible for creating more complex applications and programs for computers and mobile devices. They create, conceptualize, program, document, test, and upgrade software and their components. Software developers invent, manage, and optimize computer programs that run on desktops, laptops, smartphones, and other mobile devices. These computer science professionals write complex code that governs how desktop applications function. They also specialize in troubleshooting code bugs, updating user interfaces, creating new tools, and much more. Just like web developers, professionals in this field are often categorized into specific roles based on their specializations. We have the application software developer and the system software developer. Now, an application software engineer is a professional who focuses on designing specific desktop and mobile applications, tools, and games for consumer audiences. And a system software developer is largely concerned with designing systems-level software for enterprise customers rather than the public. The software they develop is used to manage corporate network apps, database management systems, and other critical infrastructure. Talking about their desirable skills, they need to be proficient in programming in the field of JavaScript, Java, C#, PHP, Python, and Ruby. They must also have a good understanding of operating systems, network, and database management. So now, moving on to the main topic of discussion, software developer versus web developer. First, let's compare the two based on their prowess or area of expertise. A software developer is associated with developing products that can be run on multiple systems. This product could be any kind of software. Their area of work includes requirement analysis, planning, coding, testing of applications, implementation, deployment, and maintenance. Talking about web developers, they are responsible for the development of websites. They are also expected to follow the process of the software development lifecycle while building their products. Next up is the type of product. Now, a software developer creates programs for standalone desktop or mobile platforms. On the other hand, a web developer takes care of the web framework, server-side functions, API integration, and the business logic. The third point of comparison is product compatibility. Now, software development applications are compatible across multiple operating systems or platforms. The web applications, on the other hand, are designed to be compatible across multiple web browsers. Next up is the learning curve. Well, software engineering never focuses exclusively on coding. However, you should know at least a couple of languages and a deeper understanding of how they function. Some of the languages that you should be proficient in include Java, C#, Python, and some of its libraries and frameworks, JavaScript, and Ruby, among others. A web developer should be familiar with markup languages like HTML, CSS, JavaScript libraries and frameworks like React and Angular. He should also have a good hold of backend frameworks like Python, Django, and Node. The next parameter is the job title. Now, there are different job titles for these professions. Some of them for software development are software developer, software engineer, junior software developer, senior software developer, and a software architect. On the other hand, a web developer could receive titles like front-end developer, back-end developer, full-stack developer, or just a web developer. Now, of course, companies have discretion over assigning these job roles to their employees. Lastly, let's look at the job outlook and salaries. Now, the job growth projections for software developers are even more optimistic than those for web development roles. Alongside promising job growth, software developers also have higher salaries than other IT professionals. Now, the average salary of a software developer in the US is around $76,000 per annum. And the average salary of a software developer in India is around 5 lakh Indian rupees per annum. For a web developer, the average salary in the US is around $68,000 per annum, and in India it's around 4 lakh Indian rupees per annum. Now, I'm sure you must be confused as to which one to choose. Well, to be frank, it's just a matter of preference. If you have strong knowledge of data structures, file systems, algorithms, source control, operating and network systems, then software development would be a better choice. But if you have creative ideas for websites, love designing them, have a good understanding of HTML and CSS, and ultimately the knack to integrate your design ideas to create responsive user interfaces, then a web development role could be a good career path. Then web development could be a better career path to choose. Today's topic is web developer versus a web designer. Now, it is extremely common to get confused between a web developer and a web designer. Now, these roles are used interchangeably given their names and dependency on each other. However, there are a few differences among them. People aspiring to get into web development often ask me which role is suitable for them, or rather where do they fit in, or what has to be done during the process of web development. So I've particularly kept this session clear to clarify all your doubts and provide an insight into both web developer and web designer roles and their responsibilities. So let's begin. First, let's look at what's in store for us. We'll first look at what web development is. Then we'll understand who exactly is a web developer. After that, we will have a look at what web designers actually do. Moving ahead, we'll compare between web developers and designers to give you a greater insight into both the roles. Then we'll look at the current salary trends of a web developer and a designer in the tech industry. And lastly, we'll conclude with deciding which role to go for. So without further ado, let's get started. What exactly is web development? So web development is the process of building websites and applications for the internet. Now keep in mind that web development and web design is seen as different fields in most of the use cases, even though they collaborate together to provide the end result, that is the web application. So the web development can be broken down into 3 layers, that is the client-side coding, which includes the front end. Then you have the server-side coding, which is the back end, and then you have the database technologies. But who exactly is a web developer? Now that we know what web development is, let's understand this. So here are some of the technologies used by a web developer. There's HTML for web layout, CSS for web styling, JavaScript for making web applications more responsive and interactive. There's React.js, which is a JavaScript framework used for front-end development. And then there's Node.js, which is a JavaScript framework again used for server-side development. There's MongoDB, which is a database technology for storing data for web applications. And then there's also Angular, which is another front-end development framework based on TypeScript. Now there are many other technologies like PHP, Java, Ruby, etc. And these are most commonly used by all the web developers. But you might be wondering who a web developer is. Now the role of a web developer is to build and maintain websites. He also takes a web design which has been created by either a client or a design team and turns it into a website. Now web developers are also responsible for building a product that meets both the client's needs and those of the customers and the end users. Web developers collaborate with stakeholders, clients, and designers in order to understand the vision. A web developer also has to perform specific tasks. However, these responsibilities may vary depending on whether they're working as a front-end, back-end, or a full-stack developer. Generally, full-stack developers specialize in both the front-end and the back-end. So let's go ahead and know more about each type of web developer in this field. Now there are basically 3 types of web developers. There's the front-end developers who build and maintain the client side of an application. Then you have the back-end developers who work behind the scenes and manage the services of a web application. And finally, you have full-stack developers who manage the project workflow and work on the required features of a web application. Now let's look at each role in detail. First up, when it comes to front-end developers, they usually code the client side of a web application, while the back-end developers build and maintain the services needed by a web application behind the scenes. And then you have the full-stack developer whose prowess is in both front-end and back-end development. Now, front-end developers convert the design into a real-life application using HTML, JavaScript, and CSS. Back-end developers, on the other hand, ensure that the web applications keep running smoothly. And full-stack developers supervise the development and guide on best practices. Front-end developers ensure responsive and adaptive user interface for your applications. Back-end developers manage services like API, data storage for the web application, and so on. And full-stack developers know both the business requirements and the user interface requirements. Now let's go through the skill set of a web developer. The skills that a web developer must have are HTML, that is the markup language for building web page layouts, CSS, which is the style sheet for styling the HTML elements in a website. There's JavaScript, which is a scripting language for bringing web applications to life by making them more interactive and responsive. And he should also know front-end frameworks like React, Angular, Vue that help in making the client side of applications look better and speed up the development. Moving on, you have the back-end developer skills. There's PHP, which is the back-end language that helps in maintaining all the work that happens behind the scenes in a web application. And then there's Python, which is a very popular language used in various software development fields. It is used to handle server-side tasks in web development. Then there's Java, which is one of the most used languages for software development and therefore is also used in backend development by developers. And then there's database management. So databases like MySQL and MongoDB are used for storing data for web applications. Now full stack developers have skills that cover both front-end and back-end development of a web application. Therefore, they manage the workflow of a web application development environment. Moving on, who exactly is a web designer? Now, here are some of the technologies used by a web designer. There's Adobe Photoshop for image editing and web design. There's Adobe Illustrator for working with vectors and scalable web elements. Sketch for designing user experience for web applications. Adobe XD, also used for user experience design of web and mobile applications. Adobe InDesign for marketing campaigns like banners, posters, and magazines. There are many other technologies like Adobe, After Effects, Blender that are used by web designers as well. But you might be wondering who exactly is a web designer. So a web designer is one who plans and designs the layout and other elements of a website or an application. He performs digital retouching along with image editing or video editing in some cases. Web designers are responsible for designing a product that meets both the client's needs and those of the customers and end users. He also designs products that are user-friendly, appealing, and visually effective. The design is preferably modern and also easy to use at the same time. So let's go ahead and know more about the design role. Some of the popular design roles include web designers, who design websites and its elements. There's UX designers or researchers who are responsible for the user experience of a web or a mobile application. There are multimedia specialists who specialize in handling media for web applications like images and videos. And then you have game designer, which is another role that employs similar tools as that of web design like Adobe Creative Cloud. Now let's look at each role in detail. A web designer designs the look of websites and its elements. A UX designer designs and prototypes the look and feel of web applications and mobile applications. A multimedia specialist handles media requirements like editing, images, videos, etc. And then you have the game designer who designs the props and characters of a game for various platforms. A web designer typically uses tools like Adobe Photoshop and Adobe Dreamweaver. A UX designer uses tools like Adobe Illustrator, Sketch, Adobe XD. A multimedia specialist mainly uses Adobe Creative Cloud, which includes Photoshop, Illustrator, and After Effects. And then the game designer uses tools like Adobe Illustrator, Autodesk software, Blender, and Unity. So let's go through the skill set of a web designer. The skills that a web designer must have: Adobe Creative Cloud. This is the industry standard software for web and multimedia design. A web designer must have an imaginative mindset to design modern web elements. A web designer must also be creative enough to make the app look visually appealing. He must also have the ability to give attention to detail for minor features and improvements in the web or mobile applications. Some of the other soft skills include communication skills, collaborative mindset, and patience. So now let's make a detailed comparison between web developer and a web designer. So to summarize, we've put together a table for you. So a web developer builds web applications using languages like HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, while a web designer designs the web applications using tools like Adobe Photoshop or Sketch. A web developer frequently uses JavaScript frameworks for more streamlined development, while a web designer uses Adobe Creative Cloud for most of the design needs. A web developer should possess good coding skills, while a web designer should have good graphic design skills. Web developers have to keep themselves up to date with the latest web frameworks and libraries, while web designers have to keep themselves updated with the latest design trends and color palettes. So going ahead, let's look at the industry trends. Web developers usually have a trend of earning more than the web designers. Still, it depends on how well you perform in your particular job role. So if you're good in web design, you might actually earn more than a fellow web developer. So the average salary of a web developer in India is around 3,90,000 rupees per annum. The average salary of a web developer in the United States is around $68,000 per annum. The average salary of a web designer in India is around 3,60,000 rupees per annum, while the average salary of a web designer in the United States is around 53,000 US dollars per annum. So, moving to the most important question, which one should you choose? It is really a matter of preference. If you have a creative bent of mind and enjoy using good-looking web and mobile applications and also enjoy designing them, then I would suggest you go for a web or a UX designer role. If you have a technical background like Java or Python and you're interested in bringing the designs to life, I would suggest you go for a web developer role.
Now that you have learned all about HTML, let's move on to CSS. Here, we'll discuss CSS selectors, CSS box model, CSS grid layout and Flexbox, CSS display, CSS positioning, difference between Flexbox and grid, and CSS background image and colors. Then we'll move on to discuss CSS keyframes and animations, CSS transitions and hover effects, CSS navigation bar. After learning this much, we'll look at some tricks that come in handy when you write the code. After that, we'll look at CSS advanced tutorials and responsive design. At last, we'll learn some important interview questions that are frequently asked. What are CSS selectors? CSS selectors allow you to select and style HTML elements. Selectors are used to find elements based on their ID, classes, types, attributes, value of attributes, and much more. Let's discuss the most common selectors. There are several different types of CSS selectors. The most common of them are CSS element selectors, CSS ID selector, CSS class selector, CSS universal selector, and CSS group selectors. So, what is a CSS element selector? The element selector selects element based on the element name. This is a CSS selector. It means it will select all the P elements on the page. It will style all the P elements to the central aligned having blue color. This is a CSS selector. It is set to P. This means it will select all the P elements on the page. It will style all the P elements to be center aligned having blue color. Let's look at what it looks on a page. So as you can see, all the elements are centrally aligned with a text color blue. CSS ID selector. The ID selector uses the ID attribute of an HTML element to find a specific element. An ID should be unique within the page, so you should use the ID selector to find a single unique element. To find an element within a specific ID, use a hash character followed by the ID of the element. So here we have used the hash para1. So all the rules will be applied to the HTML element with ID equal to para1. So this is an ID selector. It will be applied to all the HTML element with ID is equal to para1. As you can see, it is applied to the element having the ID para1 and all the other elements are defaultly styled. CSS class selector. The class selector finds the element with a specific class set by the HTML class attribute. To select an HTML with a specific class, use a period character followed by the name of the class. So this style will be applied to all the elements having the class name class1. This is a class selector. It is denoted by a period symbol. All the elements having a class name class1 will be styled with centrally aligned and color blue. As you can see, the element having the class name class1 is styled and all the other elements are set to default. CSS universal selector. The universal selector selects all the elements on a page. The universal selector is assigned by a star character. The universal selector selects all the elements on a style sheet. As you can see, it is denoted by a star mark. All the elements inside our web page will be centrally aligned and the color will be set to blue. As you can see, all the elements are centrally aligned and the colors are set to blue. CSS group selector. In style sheets, there are often elements using the same style. To minimize the code, you can group selectors. To group the selectors, separate each selectors with a comma. Here, we have group selectors for H1, H2 and P. So style is applied to H1, H2 and P elements only. It is better to group the selectors to minimize the code. Here we have group selectors P, H2 and H3. So style will be applied to only elements having P, H2 and H3. As you can see, so all the elements of P, H2 and H3 are centrally aligned and colored to red. In this video, we will discuss what is the box model and its various properties. We will also do an example to understand the box model better. So let's get started. Every element that can be displayed on a web page is comprised of one or more rectangular boxes. CSS box model typically describes how these rectangular boxes are laid out on a web page. These boxes can have different properties and can interact with each other in different ways, but every box has a content area and options surrounding padding, border, and margin areas. The following diagram demonstrates how the content, padding, border, and margin CSS properties determine how much space an element can take on a web page. The content area consists of content like text, images, or other media. It is bounded by the content edge and its dimensions are given by the content box width and height. The border area is the area between the box padding and margin. Its dimensions are given by the width and height of the border. The margin area consists of spaces between the border and the margin. The dimensions of the margin area are the margin box width and margin box height. It is useful to separate the element from its neighbors. The padding area is the area that includes the element's padding. This area is actually the space around the content area and within the border box. Its dimensions are given by the width of the padding box and the height of the padding box. Now let's jump to an example to understand the box model better. So we are on the Sublime Text Editor. To get started, I have created a box named Simplilearn with background color pink. The font size is 30 pixels and we have set the border to 0 solid green. Let's see how it looks on our page. So as you can see, we have a box named Simplilearn with background going all the way to the end. I have also removed all the padding and margin from the page so that the boxes are pushed just at the corner of the page, as you can see. Let's start by adding a padding of 20 pixels to the box. If you save the file, you can see the box increased by 20 pixels from all the sides. Padding occurs inside the background of an element. It goes around the content of the element. Most of the buttons inside the CSS is designed using padding so that the background of the button becomes wider than the actual text. The next thing we can do is change the border of the element. If we change this border size to 15 pixels, we will get a nice solid background of color green. The border goes around the padding of our element. So we have the 20 pixels of padding around our content and 15 pixels of border around the padding which is around the content. Now we'll see the working of the margin. If we add 30 pixels of margin to our element, you can see the spacing on the outside of our border. So let's add the 30 pixel margin and refresh. You can see the spacing on outside of the border. Margin is used to space two elements apart from each other. Now let's change these values to see the difference. Let's make the margin 40 pixels. We'll make the padding 30 pixels. And let's keep the border 20 pixels. And make it color red. This is 40 pixels. Let's observe the changes. So as you can see, our border now has a red background. The padding is 30 pixels. The margin is 40 pixels. Let's inspect the elements to understand it better. By clicking on inspect, you can see the different styles. Here in the computer tab, you can see the box model. This is the content area, this is the padding area, this is the border, and this is the margin area. We have the margin of 40 pixels around the border. So you can, when you click on this area, you can see the margin gets highlighted. The border area gets highlighted of 20 pixels. This is the padding and this is the content. You can change the size of the content by adding the height and width. So let's try adding height and width. We'll give the height 50 pixels and we'll give the width also 50 pixels. Just save the file. Now when you refresh, you can see the content area 15 to 50. In this tutorial, we will discuss everything needed for you to get started working with grid layouts. We will start by discussing what is a grid layout. Then we will move on to the features of the grid system and some basic terminologies which will help you understand the grid system better. In end, we will work on an example to understand the grid system. So let's get started. What is a grid? A grid is a set of intersecting horizontal and vertical lines defining the rows and columns. And what is a grid layout? So, CSS grid layout is the most powerful layout system available in CSS. It is a two-dimensional system, meaning it can handle both columns and rows, unlike Flexbox, which is largely a one-dimensional system. You work with grid layout by applying the CSS rules to both the parent element, which became the grid container, and the element's children, which became the grid items. The CSS grid layout excels at dividing a page into major regions or defining the relationship in terms of size, position, and layer between parts of a control-built HTML primitives. You can see this is the basic layout of a grid system. Like tables, grid layout enables an author to align elements into columns and rows. However, many more regular layouts are either possible or easier with CSS grid than they were with tables. For example, a grid container's child element could position themselves so they actually overlap and layer, similar to the CSS positioned elements. So here are the features of the CSS grid layout. They are fixed and have flexible track sizes. You can create a grid with fixed track sizes using pixels. For example, this sets the grid to the specified pixel which fits to the layout you desire. You can also create a grid using flexible sizes with percentages or with the new FR unit designed for this purpose. You can place the items into a precise location using the grid line numbers, names, or by targeting an area of the grid. The grid also contains an algorithm to control the placement of items not given an explicit position on the grid. You can define an explicit grid with a grid layout. The grid layout specification is flexible enough to add additional rows and columns when needed. Features such as adding as many columns that will fit into a container are included. It also gives you control of overlapping content. More than one item can be placed into a grid cell or area and they can partially overlap each other. This layering may then be controlled with the z-index property. So, here are the basic terminologies you should know to work with the grid system better. The grid line is the dividing line that make up the structure of the grid. They can either be vertical or horizontal and resides on either side of rows and columns. A grid column is a space between two adjacent vertical grid lines. The size of a grid column is determined by the grid template columns property. On the other hand, a grid row is a space between two adjacent horizontal grid lines. Its size is determined by the grid template rows property. The grid cell is the single unit of a CSS grid. And in grid design, a gutter is basically the width of the space between columns. A gutter margin is the white space formed by the adjoining inside margins of two facing pages in a book, or a space between columns on a page. So, with this, let's now move on to the hands-on demo and see how the grid system works in actual world. So, we are on the Sublime Text Editor open with a project with some basic background styles and nothing inside the body. You can see this is the basic background style we have pre-applied just to have a good look of the box model. We'll start by creating a container and wrapping our grid items in it. So let's create a grid and give it a class named grid container. And inside of it, we'll put our different grid items. So we'll just create different grid items and give them a class grid item followed by a class number they belong to, so that we can easily distinguish between them. Just copy paste this 5 times. So we'll have the 5 elements on our page. Let's save the file and see how it looks on the page. So you can see we have the different grid items on the screen so that it's easy for us to visualize. We have not applied any styles to them other than the visual styles. So we'll go back to our code. Let's go back to the CSS styling sheet. So to create the grid, we'll open our style sheet. We need to display grid on our grid container. So we'll select our grid container and set the display to grid. If you save now, you will see nothing changes. This is because the grid itself doesn't define any rows and columns for us to work with. It just, they give it the alignment properly. Therefore, by default, it looks just exactly the same. To make the grid look actually grid, what you need to do is define columns and rows for a grid. So to do this, you will use a set grid template and set the column if you want to set the size of the column. We'll set the size to 100 pixel and 150 pixel. Now, if you refresh, you have the 100 pixel column on the left and a 150 pixel column on the right, and then the grid captures our next row. But what if we want our box to flexible size themselves according to the items inside of them? Here, we'll use a fraction in it. Instead of a 150 pixel column, we want one fraction of our size, and instead of a 100 pixel, we want the 2 fractions of our size. So we'll just replace with 2 fractions and this with 1 fraction. Now if you save the file and go back to the page, you will see that the items on our left here in our first column are twice as large as the item on the second column. And that's because of the FR units we have defined. You can see the difference in the sizes. The item 1 is the twice of the size of the item 2. Another thing you can do is with columns is use repeat. Suppose you want 4 columns of a size 100 pixel wide. You can just write repeat command and inside of it how many times you want to repeat the size. So we'll just delete this and use the repeat. We'll set the number of times we want to repeat and the size of the columns. Now if you save the file, you will see we have a 4 columns of 100 pixel wide. We can do the same things for row. Just set the grid template rows and define the size you want. Now you can see we have the symmetric size all around our container. If you don't know how large your grid is going to be, you can use the grid auto rows and this will determine the size of all the rows that is added after the template rows. Suppose we want all our rows to be 100 pixels. So we'll just delete the grid template rows and set the grid auto rows to 100 pixels. Now you can see all the rows are now 100 pixel tall. Let's change our column back to 100 pixel and 150 pixels so that it will be easier for us further. We'll just delete this grid auto rows. Now we'll talk about the spacing of the rows and columns apart from each other. We can do this with the help of the grid grab property. Grid row gap will give some spaces between the rows. Similarly, the grid column will give you the spaces between the columns. Now you can see the gaps between the rows and columns. Now if we want the same value for both the columns, you can use the grid gap property and mention the space. We'll just delete this too. And instead of it, we will use just the grid gap. And set the size to 20 pixels. Now you can see the evenly spaces between the rows and the columns. This is all you need to know about the sizing of the different columns and rows. Now let's talk about the positioning items within its grid cells. So for horizontal positioning, we could use the justify items and we can set that to center. So that centers each item within the cell. By default, it is set to stretch. You can also set it to start or end or space around. We will leave this to center. To vertically position the content, we could use the align items. The align items also accept the same values. We can set it to center. We can also set this one to start or end. We'll keep this to center as well. You can also align the entire grid within the container. So let's get rid of these to just demonstrate them in a proper manner. We could use the justify content and that will align the content horizontally within the container. We can also set this to start or to end. Just set this back to center. To align the content vertically, we could use the align content and the align content also accepts the same value. We can set it to center or start if you inspect the elements, you can see they are aligned centrally between the container. We'll just close this. Okay, so this is everything you need to know to get started with the grid layout. Grid works very similar to the Flexbox, but it allows you too much in terms of laying your elements because of its 2D nature. In this video, we will learn what is a Flexbox and how it is useful in designing the layout of the website. We will also try to understand the different properties of Flexbox with the help of an example. So let's get started. What is a Flexbox? Flexbox, also called flexible box model, is basically a layout mode or model that provides an easy and clean way to arrange the items within a container. If you are using a CSS for a while, you must have used the old block model where you assign width in terms of percentage or a fixed width and then use the float to arrange the items on the page. Suppose, for example, you want to arrange 3 boxes in a row. Then you have to enter everything manually from width, height and to padding. Flexbox can do all these things with ease. Some of the concepts of flexible box model is the ability to alter the item width and height to best fit in the containers available in the free space. Flex model is direction agnostic, which is different from the box model, which is vertically biased, and the inline, which is horizontally biased. Flexbox works for both. Flexbox is more effective in a small scale layouts. So here are the main properties of the Flex. Okay, so let's jump to some code and learn how these Flex properties work. Okay, so we are on the Sublime Text Editor. To get started, let's add a div inside a body here and we'll give a class of Flexbox container, since this will be the container where all our Flexbox items will reside. Then inside this container, we will add another div and give it a class Flexbox item and one more class Flexbox item 1, which will help us to understand which items we are referring to when we style our elements individually. Let's just save the file and see how it looks on a page. Now if you save the file, you can see we have the box because I have already applied some of the styles to these Flexbox items. Let's just see the styling. So you can see we have the items styled, just a basic styling, so that we get the box on the web page. Now let's just copy these and add 2 more Flexbox items, and you will see we have 2 more boxes on our page. Just copy and paste them below. Give them the class name Flexbox item 2 and Flexbox item 3. Just save the file. Now you can see we have 3 boxes on the page. Now to create a Flex container, we will add display Flex to our Flex container. And this is how we create a Flex box container. So here we will just add display Flex. Just save the file. Now you can see all the items are in the same height and they are all in the same row. You will also notice that if we shrink our browser, the items adjust themselves accordingly to fit within the browser. Now, if we want to style the elements on the main axis, we will use the property justify content inside a Flexbox container. Let's make it a center. Save the file. Now you can see that all the elements are in the center of the page. Another thing we can do is, if we want our layout to have a spaces between the elements, we will set the justify content to space between. You can see all the items are now evenly spaced. If you want to lay out your items on the cross axis, we would use the align items property. The default value for this is stretch. If we want to keep the size of our items, we will use the center, and then all our items will be center vertically. Before Flexbox, aligning the items vertically inside the container was nearly impossible. With Flexbox, you can do it easily. Now you can see the items are aligned vertically inside the container. Now let's just delete everything and we'll just keep the display Flex. Now if we want to have a column layout instead, we will use the flex direction and change it to column. Flex direction, column. Now if you refresh the page, you will see all the items are shown up in a column. Now we can start talking about the different properties that can be applied to our different Flexbox items as opposed to the Flexbox container items. The Flexbox container is only for laying out and spacing between your items as well as the positioning of your item inside the container. The actual Flexbox item properties are used to override those item properties or to apply different sizing to these elements. Now, if we want our first item that it does not shrink when we shrink our browser, we'll set the flex shrink to 0 to our first item. So we'll set the flex shrink to 0. Now if you go back to the page and try to shrink this, you'll see the first item remains the same. It does not shrink. Now in the same way, you can set the items to grow in proportion with the web browser. Suppose we want our Flexbox item to grow with as the page grow and cover all the empty spaces. So we'll set this flex grow to 1. Now you will see all the empty spaces are taken by the second item. Let's say we want our second box to be at the center of the container instead of stretching to full height. We can use the align self property and set it to center. Now you will see that the align self property overrides the align content property of the container. You can see it is centrally aligned. So this is all you need to understand and get started to work with the Flexboxes. I hope you guys enjoyed this video and learned something new about the Flexbox and how you can use the Flexbox to create the dynamic layout for your site. In this video, we are going to discuss one of the most important topics of the web development, which is CSS display. So without wasting any time, let's get started. So what is a display property? The CSS display property controls the layout of the element on the page. The default value of the display property is block or inline. Let's jump back to our Sublime Text Editor to see the various display properties by using an example. To get started, I have a really simple example setup. As you can see, inside my HTML, I have the 2 paragraph tags and I have a formatting with a background color of cyan color and font size 30 pixels. As you can see, this looks like something like this on the page. The very first property we are going to discuss is the display block property. The block display values make an element a block element. The block elements start a new line and span the entire width of the viewport by default, like how P elements behave. There are also line breaks before and after these elements. The default value of the P element is a display block. So here, this looks something like this. What display blocks does is it means that it is going to take the entire width given to it. This is going to force a new line above and new line below it. So you cannot have something next to here. Now if we change here this to the next property we are going to discuss is inline. The inline display value turns any element into an inline element. These elements will appear on the same line without breaks. Now, if we change here this to display inline, now all the P tags will behave as an inline element. Now if we go back to our page and refresh, you can see now this is an inline element. The inline element takes the minimum amount of space possible. As you can see here, the cyan color takes the minimum amount of space to fit all the content inside of this P. So this is what an inline element does. Also, all the inline elements are on the same line. They share the space together because they take the minimum amount of space possible. There are no line breaks in these elements and they try to fit as closely as possible. Now, one of the demerits here is we cannot change the height and width of the inline element. If you change here height to 200 pixels and width to 100 pixels and save, just go back and refresh, you'll see nothing happens. This is because in the inline display property you cannot change the height and width of the element. The next property we are going to discuss is the inline block value. The inline block value is a hybrid of inline and block elements. Elements assigned display inline block appears on the same line with the other inline elements, a characteristic of inline elements. However, inline block elements are also like block elements in that you can change the width and height of the CSS. Now, if here we try to change the height and width of the element, just change this to inline block. Now, if you go back to the page and refresh, you will see the height and width property works. This is one of the major difference between the inline block and the inline display property. The last named type of display we are going to discuss is the display none, and this is a really straightforward display property. You just delete this and change the display to display none. Now if you save the file and go back and refresh, you will see both the element disappears. The display none removes the targeted elements and all its child elements from the page. This causes accompanying elements to behave as if this element does not exist. In this video, we will discuss everything you need to know about CSS positioning. By the time this video is over, you will be able to position the elements in CSS like a pro. So let's get started. First, let's cover the theoretical part. Here, we will discuss what is CSS position property and its different types. After that, we will jump to practical example to learn how to work with these properties. So let's get started. So what is the CSS position property? The CSS position property allows you to define the position of an element on a web page. The top, right, bottom, and the left CSS position properties are used to determine the final location of the element. There are 4 values that you can use to set the position of an element on a web page. They are static, fixed, relative, and absolute. Using one of the 4 values above, you can specify how an element should be positioned. You can also use the top, bottom, left, and right properties to further define the element's position on a page. So let's discuss each of the properties individually. CSS static position. This is a by default position for HTML elements. It always positions an element according to the normal flow of the page. It is not affected by the top, bottom, left, and right properties. It is important to note that having a static position is the same as not setting the position property at all. The next is CSS fixed position. The fixed positioning property helps to put the text fixed on the browser. The fixed text is positioned relative to the browser's window and does not move even when you scroll the window. The next is CSS relative position. The relative positioning property is used to set the element relative to its normal position. The relatively positioned element behaves the same way as a static element, except that it is now subject to the values of the 4 other CSS properties. We will discuss each of them with more detail in examples. Now there is CSS absolute position. The absolute positioning is used to position an element related to the first parent element that has a position other than static. If no such element is found, the containing block is HTML. With absolute positioning, you can place an element anywhere on the page. Now let's move on to the example to understand each of the properties better. To demonstrate the properties, I have the simple example set up. Currently, we have 3 elements with just basic coloring style. We have not applied any position style to them. Now let's click on this element 2 and inspect it. Just go to the computed and type here position to see the position of this element. So you can see that currently the position is static. Static is the default value of all the elements of the page in starting. The next position we'll see is the relative position. It works almost in a similar manner to static. If we go here and change the position to relative, you can see nothing changes. Relative acts as the same as static, with the only difference is that the relative allows you to change the top, left, right and bottom of this element. Let me show you an example. Now if we change here to left 20 pixel and refresh, you will notice the elements move itself to 20 pixel from the left. Let's set the top to 10 pixel as well. You can see the element has moved 10 pixels from the top and even overflows the element below. This is because relative position when applied with the top, right, left and bottom actually takes that element out of the document flow. So let's just reset it. Next property we are going to discuss is absolute position. And this property gets well along with the top, right, left and bottom. So let's make this position to absolute. And you can see the changes made due to this by just saving. The absolute value completely removes the element from the document flow. This is useful when you want a particular element to be a specific position but you don't want to disturb the other element's positioning. Absolute position positions the element inside some parent container that it can reference. Now just let's shift the top to 10 pixels. You can see the movement of this element. The absolute position always positions the element inside some parent container that it can reference to. Now if we change the here body position to relative, now this navbar will position the element according to this body. So if we go here and refresh this, you can see that this 2 is in relation to with this container. And this is where relative is very useful. Next is fixed positioning, which is very similar to absolute positioning with some differences. So let's change this to fixed. And just save this. Now you can see it completely ignores this relative positioning and goes entirely at the top. This is because fixed position elements are always fixed based on the entire HTML element. It has nothing to do with the parent elements. One unique feature of the fixed element is they stay in the same place when you scroll. Let's make the height here to 200 vertical height. Now if you scroll down, you will see that the element 2 will stay on the same position. See, the two elements stick to the same position. But absolute does not work that way. When you change this here to absolute, you can see it does not stay at the top now. This is one major difference between absolute and fixed. So that's it. You can see the working with the CSS position is super easy. In this video, we'll discuss the differences between both the layouts and we'll discuss which one you should use. I will also show you both the layouts in a practical example without diving too deep. So let's first understand the theory. CSS Grid allows developers to construct custom grids with more flexibility and control than ever before. It is for two-dimensional positioning. We got rows and columns here. Whereas Flexbox is for one-dimensional layout. It is useful in allocating and aligning the spaces among the items in a grid container. The Flexbox layout pattern makes it easier to design and flexible and effective layouts. The grid is used for creating a more complex and organized layouts on your pages. Whereas the flex items is used to design the responsive pages without using too much of positioning or float in our CSS code. To work with the CSS grid layout, you have to add display grid property to your element. Whereas to create the flex container, you have to use the display flex property. So this is the main difference between the layout of the grid and the Flexbox. Here in the grid layout, you can see that there are rows and columns with all the header, menu, main, right and the footer included, whereas the Flexbox is only for one-dimensional positioning. Now let's move on to the example to see the working of both the layouts. So here is an example of the web page that does not have any function other than some basic styling. Here on the page, we have a header which is blue in color. This is the sidebar with a red background. This is the main content, and this black color is the footer of the page. Here you can see all these items are stacked on top of each other. In the code, you can see this is the footer part of the page. This is the main content of the page. This is for the sidebar, and this is for the header area of the page. For the styling part, we have used some basic styling just so as to understand the example better. Now we can turn the body into a grid by setting the display property to the grid. So here under the body, we'll set the display to grid. Just save the file and refresh. You can see nothing changes because by default the CSS grid starts creating rows automatically and adds the content in these rows. That's why it didn't change. We can change it by adding the grid template column property in our body. In our case, we'll need two columns, one for sidebar and other for the main content. Let's set the side area to 30%. And we'll keep the main area to auto to cover the remaining spaces. Now if you save the file and reload, you can see the elements are broken into the cells we created. We'll also define the rows for our header and we'll use the grid template rows. We'll set the grid template rows for the header to 60 pixels. For the sidebar and for the main content, we'll set it to auto. And also for the footer, we will keep it 60 pixels. Now if you save the file and reload, you can see the elements are adjusted in a 2D manner just as we wanted. This shows the power of the grid and the flexibility it provides to the developer. However, we can see that the items are not positioned properly in the header and the footer. This is where the Flexbox comes into play. As discussed earlier, Flexbox is about positioning elements in a one-dimensional area. So what we'll do is we'll go back to our navigation list class here and we'll add display as flex. Now if you save the file and reload, you can see these are sitting next to each other. By default, the display sets them into the rows. Now we want the contents to be in the center of the main axis. So we will use the justify content and set it to center. You can see the items are now in the center of the main axis. To center them vertically, we will use the align items and set it to center as well. This will position them in the center across the axis. For this to work, we have to specify the height, so we'll set it to 100%. So now you can see the items are aligned centrally both on the main axis and the cross axis. Let's now add some spacing between these items. So to give some spacing between, we'll add a margin to navigation item class. We'll set the margin to 0 for top and bottom and 10 pixels to left and right. we save the file and now refresh, you can see we have the spaces between the items. In this video, you will learn how to set a background image on a web page. You will also learn some of the basic properties of the background that are used to set the image. So let's start by discussing the agenda for this tutorial. In this tutorial, we'll discuss what is CSS background image. After that, we'll discuss some of the basic properties of the background image. In the end, we'll add a background image to our web page by adding the code to our text editor. So let's begin by discussing about the background property of the CSS. The background image property specifies an image to use as a background of an element. The background is defined in the body element of the HTML code. To add a background image on an HTML element, use the HTML style attribute and the CSS background image property and mention the path of the image inside the URL attribute. There are several properties of the background that are used to define the image on a page. Some of the common ones are background image, background repeat, and background position. By default, the image is repeated so it covers the entire element. Let's switch to the text editor and see how we can add the background image to our page. So, we are on the Sublime text editor. Let's start by opening a style tag. The background image is always set on the body tag. So type body and open the curly braces. The background image is always set on the body tag. So open the body tag with curly braces and start typing background image. Use the URL value of the background image to set the path of the image. Make sure the image is in the same folder as of the HTML file. Here we have our file nature3.jpg. So mention the path inside the double quotes. Save the file and let's see how it looks on a web page. As you can see, we have the image on the web page. Let's format this image a little bit. We'll start by setting the background size. So type background size and there are three values to the background size. First one is auto. It will set the image as it is. Save the file and let's see how it looks on a page. As you can see, the size of the image is as same of the original size. The color value will set the image size that will be fit to the web page. As you can see, the image is set to the whole web page. We can also set the image size to manual. Let's say we want the image size of width 500 pixels. So now as you can see, the width of the image is 500 pixels. Next, we will set the background repeat property. There are three values to background repeat. First is no repeat. With the no repeat value, the images will not be repeated on a page. Now as you can see, the images are not repeated. Second is repeat X. It will set the images to be repeated on the X axis. As you can see, the images are not repeated on the X axis. Similarly, repeat the images on the Y axis. As you can see, the images are not repeated to the Y axis. And there is a default value repeat which will repeat the images on the web page. So let's keep it to cover. So let's keep the background size to cover and set the background repeat to no repeat. Let's save the file and look it on a web page. Now, as you can see, the image is fully fit to the web page. Let's add a text above our image to see how it looks like. So I'll add a paragraph tag and type some random text here. Let's set the text color to red and align it to center. I'll type P and open the curly braces. I'll set the color to red. And I'll set the text align to center. Let's save the file and see how it looks on a page. As you can see, we have a text above our image which is centrally aligned and the text color is red. In this tutorial, we will learn how we can add colors to our page using different methods. We will start with discussing colors and then see the hex value and the RGB format of the colors. In the end, we will do an example to understand how we can add colors to our page. CSS uses the color values to specify the colors on a page. They can be specified using predefined color names, hex or RGB format. There are nearly 140 standard color names. Hexadecimal is a 6-digit representation of a color. The first 2 digits represents the red value, the next 2 are green value, and the last is the blue value. All the other colors can be created using the combination of these 3 colors. There are several websites available where you can know the hex value of the different shades of color. As you can see, the black color is signified by hashtag and the 6 zeros. The red is hashtag FF and the 4 zeros followed by it. The RGB color value is specified using the RGB property. This property takes 3 values, one for red, green and blue. The value can be the integer between 0 to 225 or a percentage. As you can see, the black color is signified by 000, the red by 25500, the blue by 00255 and the green by 02550. Now let's move to an example to understand how we can add the colors to our page. In this example, we will see how we can add colors in different ways to our HTML. So we are on the Sublime Text Editor. As you can see, we have the standard boilerplate ready with an H2 and a paragraph on our page. Open the style tag and make the font size of the paragraph to 25 pixels so it is clearly visible. Let's start by adding colors to our text just by color names. HTML supports nearly 140 standard color names. We'll make the color of the paragraph green. For that, just type color and set the color to green. As you can see, our paragraph is changed to green. Let's try one more. This time we will add the color red. Just refresh. As you can see, the color is now changed to red. There are nearly 140 HTML standard colors that is supported by the web browser. You can also add colors using the RGB format. There are many websites available to know the RGB or hex value of the desired color. One such is htmlcodes.com. As you can see, in the htmlcodes.com we have the hex value and the RGB value of the desired color. Let's try one. We'll add this color with the RGB value 171, 229 and 27 to our paragraph. So for that, just type RGB and the color code you want. As you can see, the color is now changed to our RGB value. Let's try one more. This time we'll use this RGB value to our text. You can see the color is changed to our desired value. In this way, you can use the RGB format to change the colors. The next way is using the hex values. Hexadecimal is a 6-digit representation of a color. The first 2 digits are red, next 2 are green, and the last are the blue value. Let's see how you can use the hex values. As you can see, the hex value for this color is #31787F. We'll use this value to our text. To add the hex value, you have to use the hashtag followed by the color code. You can see that color is changed to our hex value. Let's try one more. You can see the hex value for this color is #F14A07. Just copy the desired value to your file. You can see the color changes. You can also add color borders to our heading. Do that, just mention the border style along with the color code. We'll add the border color red to our H2. Now you can see we have the border around our H2. I hope you have understood how to use the color values to a web page. There are mainly three ways by which you can add the colors to a web page. They are hex, RGB values and the color names. In this video, we will discuss what are keyframes and how you can use them to add animations to your page. We are going to discuss what are keyframes and we'll try to understand the syntax of the keyframes. So let's get started. The keyframes are used to specify the animation code in the page. They are used to change the animation from one pattern to another. Keep in mind that the keyframes do not have any selectors on them. They are not nested inside anything. They are on the root of the CSS page. You write @keyframes and the name. You can name it anything you want. We are going to use that name later on to call the selector. In this case, we are looking at from and to. From implies the initial state and to the ending state. Here in this example, the element will start from 0 pixel and will go all the way to 100 pixel. So what we are going to do right now is we are going to jump to the keyframes and work out some examples to understand the working of the keyframes better. So we are on the Sublime Text Editor and this is a simple setup. We have created one HTML element named box and we have a CSS body of padding 50 pixel and the box element has an inline block, background red with height and width 200 pixel. And also I have an animation style declared on the box. Currently it's doing nothing because it is calling keyframes called myFrames. But we have not yet created any keyframe. We will discuss what this animation line means at later stage, but right now I need those lines to be able to explain you to the functioning of the keyframes. You can see we have a box on our page with the color red and padding 50 pixels around it. We are going to write add the keyframes and I am going to use the name myFrames. Then we will write from condition to have the starting state and let's just keep the height 200 pixel. And then we want it to grow and we will set it to increase till 500 pixels. So let's just create our keyframes. This is a from condition. We will set it to 200 pixels. And we want it to grow till 500 pixels. Just save the file. Now, as you can see, our box is growing all the way to 500 pixel. And when the animation is done, it resets back to 200 pixel and starts again because the animation is looping. You can also put multiple style declaration. For example, I am going to write background pink in the to condition. Just save the file. You can see that the animation is starting at red and ending at pink. Now instead of saying from and to, you can also say from 0% to 100%. This is as same as doing from and to. But what it enables you to do is you can add something in the middle of here, say 30%, and we will make the color any different. So in the place of from, we will write 0% and we'll replace 2 with 100%. Let's just add one more condition in between, say 40%. So at 40% we want the color to change to say something green. Let's save the file and see how it looks on the page. So as you can see, it starts with red, it turns to green in the middle and then all the way converts to pink. As you can see, there are lots of interesting things you can do with the keyframes. All of the things that I am showing you today are just like how this works. To really get a great understanding of how it works, you just have to open your editor and start experimenting on it. Okay, so now let's go back to our code and learn about the animation property. So here we have the animation name myFrames. The animation name should be as same as keyframes name to work it properly. The animation duration specifies for how long we want our animation to last. In this case 2 seconds. Let's just change this to say 10 seconds. Just save the file. Now as you can see, the animation is going at a slower speed just to cover the 10 seconds of it. Let's just reset it to 2 seconds. The timing function is used to mention the transition. There are some keywords such as ease in, linear, ease in out and some more. The animation delay is interesting to understand. It means how long we are going to wait once the animation is triggered before the visual starts happening. Let's change it to 3 seconds. As you can see, the animation starts after the 3 seconds. Iteration count specifies how many times the animation should happen. Here, we have set it to infinite, which means animation will keep on going. Let's change it to something, say 5. As you can see, after the count of 5, the animation stops. We'll set it back to infinite. Animation running state can be paused or the running state. In this video, we are going to break down everything there is to know about the CSS animation. CSS animations make it possible to animate transitions from one CSS style configuration to another. Animations consist of two components, a style describing the CSS animation and a set of keyframes that indicates the start and end states of the animation style, as well as possible intermediate. Now, to understand this better, I have an example. So let's get started now. So we are on our Sublime text editor. Now to get started, I have a very basic example with HTML and CSS. I have a parent element here. And inside this parent element, I have a div class child. So when you go back to the page, it will look something like this. This pink color is the parent element and the small box with the red color is the child element. Whenever you hover over the element, the child elements move from left side to the right side of the parent. We want to talk about animation. In case, there are two different ways to animate. One is the CSS transition property, which works well with only simple animation. If you want to learn about CSS transition property, you can refer to the last video on CSS transition. There is a full-fledged animation property which is used for more complex animation. I'm going to show you how you can make this simple transition into animation. For this example, we'll make this child element move all around the box using animation. So let's go back to our code. So just like the transition property, we have the several properties in the CSS animation as well. This consists of like timing function, fill-in mode, and several other functions in the CSS animation. So to convert the transition into animation, all we need to do is write the word animation. And you write the animation where you want it to happen. In our case, here is our hover, so we write the animation here. And as you write, you will notice that you have more properties in animation than transition. In general, you will write everything in this animation keyword because it is easier. You can write it separately as well, like animation delay, duration, animation name. But we will use the shorthand property of the animation. So we'll select the animation, and the first thing that the animation needs is the animation name. So we will give some name to this animation, say example. This is just like transition, we can specify our duration. In our case, we will use 1 second. So we have given the name of the animation, we'll give the duration. We can define a timing function which will be ease out. This is all the code we need for our animation. This line is same as writing it individually, like animation name, animation duration 1 second, and animation timing function, which will be ease out, or let's say ease in. So for the better understanding, let's just remove this shorthand property and use the individual properties. Now just save the file. Let's understand briefly what each of these properties do. The animation duration property defines how long time an animation should take to complete. If the animation duration property is not specified, no animation will occur because the default value is 0 seconds. The animation timing function property specifies the speed curve of the animation. Now comes the keyframes. Keyframes are used to define the animation name. We'll come down here and write at the rate keyframes, followed by the name of the animation. The keyframes has to be put outside any selector. Keyframes essentially determine what our animation looks like between the value 0% and 100%. So at our animation, we want to have this translate. So we'll write 100% and we'll write transform translate x 100% and save the file. Now, when you save and go back to the page, you will notice the smooth transition of the animation when you hover over. One thing you will notice that as soon as the animation is over, the box goes back to the original place. The reason for this is all the process happens inside this keyframe, this one. As soon as the animation is done, the default state kicks in. If we want this to stop in the transform state, like box should be here, is on the right side, we have to specify it in the animation property. We'll set the animation fill mode to forwards. So here, we'll set the animation fill mode to forwards. Just save, and then when you go back to the page and refresh, you'll see the box stops on the right side and doesn't go back to the original state. Now that we have a basic understanding of the animation and its different properties, let's work around our main aim to move this child element all over the parent element, from this to this side to this side to this side. So here at the keyframes, we'll just delete this and we'll start with 0%. So here at the 0%, we'll set the transform and translate x to 0. After that, at the 33%, we want this box to move down. So we'll work on translate y. So we'll translate the y to 100%. At 66%, we want both the x-axis and y-axis to move from here to this side. So we'll set translate x to 100% and translate y to 100%. And finally, at 100%, we want to translate x back to 100% on the upward side. So when you save and refresh, you'll see we have achieved our target. The child elements move all over inside the parent element. To watch it a little bit more slowly, let's change the time here to 3 seconds. When you go back and refresh, you can see the box move a little bit slower. So, with the animation property, we can go a step further. We can tell our animation how many times to repeat, the order of the animation, among other things. So, the animation iteration count property specifies the number of times an animation should be played. Let's set it to 3. So here, we'll set the animation iteration count to 3. The animation direction property defines whether an animation should be played forwards, backwards, or in alternate cycles. So, for the animation direction, we'll set it to alternate. Now, if you save and go back, that's 1, 2, and 3. After the 3 count, the animation will stop. And you must have noticed that the box were moving on the alternate rounds. let's go back to see it again. This is the first cycle. Now it moves Alt on the other direction, and now on the other direction. So this is for animation. You can see animation property is as same as a transition property with some more functions and sub properties. You can add more complex animations to the page with the help of this animation property. The CSS transition property is the simplest way to add the animation to our website, and in this video we are going to see how to use it. So animation is a good way to catch attention on the page, and if done properly it increases the user experience. The most basic way to animate something is by transition. According to the MDN definition, transition enables you to define the transition between two states of an element. Basically, when the state of an element changes, such as hover, focus, or anything else, we can change the CSS property through a transition. There are a handful of transition properties. Let's discuss what they are and how they work. So, we are on our code pen. I have a box that changes the color on the hover. The first property that we are going to start is with the transition duration property. The transition duration property specifies how many seconds or milliseconds a transition effect takes to complete. So here I can write transition duration and I can write here a number. Take note that here we can enter time in milliseconds or seconds. I will suggest you to use the milliseconds since JavaScript does not accept time in seconds. So I will enter here 500 milliseconds. Now, when you go here and hover over this box, you will see the color changes from pink to green in about 500 milliseconds. Let's change this to say 2 seconds and see the difference. Now if you hover over this box, you will see it takes 2 seconds to change the color from pink to green. The next one we are going to look is a transition property. The transition property sets the CSS properties to which a transition effect should be applied. Suppose we want to rotate this box when hovered over. So first we will specify the transform property here and we'll set it to rotate 45 degrees. Now here we will specify the transition property and set it to transform. Now if you hover over this box, you will see it takes about 500 milliseconds for the box to rotate to 45 degrees while the color changes instantly. Suppose we set it here to 2 seconds and save. Now you will notice the box will take to about 2 seconds to rotate to 45 degrees while the color will change instantly. You can see the difference here. Now the next property is transition timing function. The transition timing function property specifies the speed curve of the transition effect. The default value is ease. Ease means it specifies the transition effect with a slow start and then fast and then ends slowly. Suppose here we'll set the transition timing function to ease. There are 4 major values for this timing function. They are ease, linear, ease in and ease out. Let's see one by one in detail. So, the linear function specifies the transition effect with the same speed from start to end. So if we change here to linear, you will see that it rotates with the same speed from start to end. Now if we change this to ease in, the ease in specifies the transition effect with a slow start. So now if you hover over this, you will see the box rotate with a slow start and then increases the speed at the end. The ease out specifies the transition effect with a slow end. So if you set it to ease out, you will see at the end the speed decreases. The last property we are going to discuss is the transition delay. The transition delay property specifies when the transition effect will start. The transition delay value is defined in milliseconds or in seconds. Let's set the transition delay to 2 seconds and just remove this. Now if you hover over this box, you will see it will take 2 seconds to rotate the box to 45 degrees. So you can see after the 2 seconds the transition property takes place. Now if we change here to background, you will see the box will rotate instantly while the color will changes from pink to green after 2 seconds. So this is a transition property. Is it as simple as it can be? In this video, you will learn how to add interactive hover effects to your elements. We will do an example where we will create hover effects to our buttons. So in this tutorial, we will discuss what is a CSS hover effect and then we will do an example to understand it better. So what is a CSS hover effect? A CSS hover effect is a style technique where the user interacts with an element with a pointing device, but it does not necessarily activate it. It is triggered when the user hovers over an element with a pointing device. Now let's jump to an example. In this example, we will create the hover effects which will look something like this. We have different hover effects for all the buttons. So let's get started and see how you can make this all by yourself. So we are on the Sublime text editor. Create two new files, index.html and style.css, where we will write our HTML and CSS code respectively. Start by linking the CSS file with the HTML file. Now we will add 4 anchor tags. We will specify the class name for each of them so that we can style them separately later. Put all the anchor tag inside the div tag and name the class middle. We will name the class btn, btn1, btn, btn2, btn, btn3 and btn, btn4. Just copy paste it 4 times. Save the file and let's see how it looks on our page right now. As you can see, we have the 4 texts on our page. With this, we are done with our HTML part. Now let's shift to CSS and design the text and add the hover effects. So in CSS, we will start by setting the margin and padding to 0. We will also add the background body color. As you can see, the margin and padding is now 0 and we have a good background color. Now we will design the buttons and give them proper formatting. We will start with the class middle. Set the position to absolute. The top property affects the vertical position of a positioned element. The left property affects the horizontal position of a positioned element. The transform property applies a 2D or 3D transformation to an element. This property allows you to rotate, scale, and move the elements. As you can see, the elements are now in place. Now let's format the buttons. Set the position to relative. Display block. We'll keep the color as white. Font size 25 pixels. We will use the font family as Montserrat. Keep the text decoration to none. We will set the border to 2 pixels and solid. We'll keep the text transformation as uppercase. Transition allows you to change the property values smoothly over a given duration. The before selector is used to insert something before the content of each selected element. Keep the position to absolute. We'll keep the transition as all 0.6 second and ease. Let's save the file and see how it looks on a page. Now, as you can see, all the elements are in place with proper background and text. We have the padding and border properly formatted, and now we can add the hover effect to this button. Now we'll add the hover effects to the first button. As you can see, we have the hover effect on our first button ready. In a similar manner, we can add the effects to the second and third button as well. We'll just copy and paste this above code below and make changes to this code. We'll set the width to 100% here and height to 0. We'll change it to height 100%. Just save the file and refresh the page. As you can see, both the buttons have the hover effects now. Now it's time to add the hover effect to our third button. Now we'll add the hover effect to the button third. Just save the file and go to the page. As you can see, all the three buttons are ready. Now it's time to add the hover effect to the fourth button. We'll set the color to #FFF. This will change the text color to red when we hover over the fourth button. Set the position to absolute. Keep the width as 200%. We'll set the background to #DCD159. We'll keep the Z index as -1. Keep the transition to 0.8 seconds. Set the height to 180% of the page. Now to add the hover effect, write the following code. Just save the file. Refresh. Now you can see we have all the hover effects on our 4 buttons. As you know, CSS animations is a powerful concept that is used to make your web page engaging and attracting visitors to your website. They make the user experience smooth and entertaining. So in this video, we are going to learn how to create some cool CSS effects using just HTML and CSS. So without further wasting any time, let's jump to our Sublime Text Editor. So here on our Sublime Text Editor, for our example purpose, I have used one image from an unsplash.com and we have created a simple class, div class container for it. Now, let's go and style these images to get a 3D effect. So first let's design the body part. We'll set the margin and padding to 0 pixels. We'll set the width to 100% and we'll set the height to 100% vertical heights. We'll keep the display as flex and we'll align the items in the center and we'll justify the content in the center as well. Now we'll design our container class. So for the container class, we'll set the position to relative. We'll set the width to 360 pixels and we'll keep the height to 640 pixels. We'll set the margin top to 150 pixels and we'll keep the background to white. We'll use the RGBA format. We'll use the transform property to apply a 2D or 3D transformation to an element. So we'll use the transform and we'll use its properties. We'll keep this to 30 degrees. We'll set the skew to say 25 degrees and we'll scale it to 0.8. Let's discuss more about these properties. So, the translate property defines the 2D or 3D translation. The scale defines the 2D or 3D scale transformation. And the skew property is used to skew transformation along the X or Y axis. Now let's design the images. We'll keep the position to absolute. We'll set the width to 100% and we'll keep the transition time to 0.5 seconds. Let's go back to our page and see how it looks up to this point. So as you can see, we have the images aligned as we want on a flat side. Now we will create the 3D transformation when we hover over it. So let's go back to our CSS file. So for the 3D effect, we are going to use the nth child property. The nth child selector allows you to take a single argument that describes a pattern for the matching element indices in a list of siblings. We'll design each image separately. So for the fourth image, we'll use the transform property and we'll translate it to 160 pixels and minus 160 pixels. Let's copy this code 4 times. Okay, we have to set the opacity as well. So we'll set the opacity here to 1. The opacity property sets the transparency of the element. Just change the number of the nth child elements. So here we'll keep it to 120 pixels. Minus 120 pixel, we'll set the opacity to 0.8. For the second element, let's keep the translate to 80 pixels. Minus 80 pixels, and we'll set the opacity to say 0.6. And for the last image, we'll translate it to 40 pixels and minus 40 pixels, and we'll keep the opacity to say 0.4. So now when you save the file and you will go back to the page, let's see how it looks. So if you refresh and hover over it, now you can see the image has a 3D over effect over it. There are 4 layers to the image, and we have designed the opacity according to the image layer. So this is a 3D image hover. The next property we are going to discuss is a 3D perspective image. So for this, let's use a new set of images. So we'll go back to the unsplash.com again, and let's select one image. This one looks beautiful. So let's copy the image address and mention it under the image tag. Just save. Now when you go back to the page, you'll see you have your image here. Now let's add the 3D perspective image design over it. So under our CSS file, let's first design all the elements. Let's keep the margin and padding to 0. Let's keep the width of the container elements to 100 pixels, or say 100%. Let's keep the minimum height to say 100 vertical heights. And we'll use a background color of #333. Let's design the image as well before going back to the page. So we'll set the perspective to say 4000 pixels. The perspective property is used to determine the distance between the Z plane and the user in order to give a 3D positioned element some perspective. Let's keep the width of the image 70%. We'll keep the position to absolute. Keep the left margin to 50%. And top to 50% as well. We'll use the transform property and use the translate value of it to minus 50% and plus 50%. We'll use the transform style property and set the value to preserve 3D. The preserve 3D indicates that the children of the element should be positioned in the 3D space. So just save the file and let's go back to the page to see how it looks up to this point. So as you can see, we have the required background image and we have the image in a required position. Now it's time to style our image. So we'll use the transform property and we'll rotate. We'll use the rotate X property of it. We'll keep it to 70 degrees. Let's discuss this property translate 3D. The translate 3D CSS function repositions an element in the 3D space. It results in the transform function data type. The transformation is characterized by a 3-dimensional vector. It coordinates how much the element moves in each direction. Let's set the box shadow to minus 80 pixels, 60 pixels, 15 pixels, and RGBA value to 0, 0, 0, 0.4, let's say. Let's set the transition to all 0.4 seconds and we'll set the transform style to preserve 3D. So just save the file and let's go back to our page to see how it looks up to this point. So as you can see, the image is flat and ready for the 3D effect. Now let's design the 3D hover effect on it. So for the 3D hover effect, we'll use the hover property image :hover over the image. We'll set the transform rotate X 0 degrees, rotate Z to 0 degrees, and translate 3D to 0 pixels, 0 pixels, 0 pixels. Let's check this once again. This is right. Now we'll set the box shadow to 0 pixels, 0 pixels, 0 pixels, 0 pixels, and RGBA 0, 0, 0, 0. Just save the file and refresh. Now when you hover over it, you will see that the perspective of the image changes. So this is a 3D perspective image. Now there are many CSS effects that you can design using these properties. In this video, you will learn what is navigation bar and its importance on a web page. You will also learn how to create a basic nav bar using HTML and CSS. So let's start by discussing the agenda for this tutorial. We will start with what is navigation bar and why navigation bar is required in a web page. You will look at some of the well-designed navigation bars on websites. After that, you will work on the code to create the basic navigation bar using HTML and CSS. So let us begin by discussing what is navigation bar. A navigation bar is a graphical user interface intended to aid the user in accessing the information. It is usually placed at the top of the page. A navigation bar needs standard HTML as the base. Navigation bars can be created either vertically or horizontally. So, what makes a navigation bar so important? A navigation bar is an important element of website design since it allows users to quickly visit any sections within the website. If you have ever visited a website without a navigation bar, you may have found it difficult to locate the page you need. You may have also had to click back several times in order to find a link to the next section you wanted to visit. Thankfully, web design has become more standardized in the recent years and nearly every website now include a navigation bar. Keep in mind that you want to keep people on your site to explore further. A well-designed navigation bar is an important part of the user experience. Now, let us look at an example of a navigation bar on a website. We are on the homepage of Amazon website. As you can see, this is the navigation bar that has several elements on it. As the user clicks on these elements, they will be directed to the different sections of the website. The navigation bar allows the user to easily move through any section of the website. By clicking on the Best Sellers button, you will be redirected to the Best Sellers page on the Amazon. Now we are going to create a navigation bar with HTML and CSS that's going to look like this. We'll have the following sections with submenus in some of them. Make sure you have a text editor to write the code. I'll be using a Sublime text editor for this purpose. We will create two new files, index.html and style.css, where we will be writing our HTML and CSS code respectively. Let's start by adding the standard boilerplate. Keep the title as CSS navbar. Link your CSS file with the HTML file by using the link tag and href attribute. This navigation bar is going to consist of a bunch of UL tags, which means an unordered list and list items. Let's create our first unordered list, and this will be our main menu of the navigation bar. I have options such as home, about, contact, services and news. So this is going to be our main menu. Save the file. Let's see what it looks like right now by opening it inside our browser. You can see it is just an unordered list with no menu at this point. Let's go ahead and add our submenus. Home will not have any submenus, but the about list item is going to have a submenu. Add another UL tag inside the li tag. This will create a submenu inside the about item. Save the file. Just copy paste it and paste it inside the UL tag. Name them as team, clients, careers and legacy. Just make the indentation properly. If you see this in a browser, you will see that we'll have the submenus inside the about. Let's do the same thing for contacts. Just copy paste this whole section and place them inside the contacts list. Rename them according to your wish and save the file. If you go back to the browser, you will see that we'll have the submenus inside the contacts as well. As you can see, this is our complete submenus without the styling. All the HTML content is ready. Now we are going to write the CSS for it. In the CSS file, let's apply the background image first because it will make the page look a little bit nicer. I have my file on my computer. Make sure the image file is in the same folder as your HTML and CSS file. I am using a tech.jpg. And for the background size, I will set it to the cover, which is going to adjust it to the image screen, and it's going to cover the whole background of our web browser. Keep the font family as Arial. Let's see what it looks like at this stage. You can see we have our background image and the font is changed to Arial. Now let's make sure our unordered list does not have any margins or padding by setting it to 0. Also, put the list style to none because we don't want to have any kind of bullets under our listing. Now, unordered list items. They are the main items that are going to apply the style to the list items of the main URL tag. Float all the text to the left. And set the given formatting. We will set the background color with the hash value 003542. You can choose your own value from our website known as colorpicker.com. We will fix the line height to 40 pixels. This will center the text vertically. Text align to center. This will align the text horizontally and font size to 20 pixels. Font size 20 pixels. Let's see what it looks like now. You can see the text is floated to the left. Now, let's style the actual menu link. So the menu link will be ULLIA. ULLIA. Keep the text decoration to none and color white. Keep the display as block. Now it's time to set the hover effect of our array. The ULLI hover will set the formatting when the user hovers over the menu. We will use the background color with a hash value DE1FCB. Save the file and let's see what our page looks like up to this point. You can see we have the hover effect over our menus and we have the sub menus under the main menu. We want our sub menus should be visible only when we hover our menus. So we will set the ULLI to display none and we will set the hover effect to the block. Let's save the file and see what our page looks like up to this point. Now you can see our navigation bar is ready with all the sub-menus and menus at proper places. We have this nice hover effect over the menus. In this video, we will discuss some cool tricks that every web developer should be familiar with and which will help you during the time of designing of a web page. So let's jump onto a Sublime text editor and see these tricks. So the first trick is called the CSS blend mode. The CSS background blend property sets the blend mode for each background layer, and you can blend it with image or with different colors. With the help of this property, we can blend background image or blend them with colors. So here's an example of the CSS blend mode. Here you can see the images are blended with different colors. So let's see how we can achieve this. So for our example purpose, I am going to use this image to our page. So in the body tag, add the image URL and the location of a file. Keep the margin left and margin right to auto. Now let's add some style to our body tag. In the blend mode, there are several modes such as normal, multiply, darken, lighter or screen. Let's blend that image with one color. So you can select the color from this HTML color codes. I'll use this color for my purpose. So just copy paste here. And in the background blend mode, let's keep it to lighten. Now if you save and then refresh here, you can see we have blended our image with color. Let's go back and change here something different. Let's keep it to darken. Let's try something different. Let's keep it to screen. So as you can see, there are several properties for this blend mode and you can use according to your needs. The next trick is called clipping. The CSS clip path property creates a clipping region that specifies the region that should be shown on the page. So let's understand this with the help of an example. Here we'll create a div and give this class, any class, say tr. The easiest way to generate the clip value is to use a generator. There are several websites that give the value of the clip. So we'll use this website to generate our clip value. Suppose we want a hexagon shaped image on our page. So here you can adjust it according to your needs, any shape that you want. Here you can see the clip value, just copy paste it from here. Now here we'll use that class that we have specified. We'll just copy paste the clip value here. We'll keep the height to say 50%, let's say 60%. Set the width to 60% as well. Select the color you want to give to your clipped image. I'll use the same color from the previous example. So just copy paste this color code. Keep the position to absolute and the z index to -1. Just save and go back to the page and refresh. Now you can see we have the clipped image on our page. Let's try something different. Let's say I want a left arrow. So just copy paste this clip path value. Just save the file. And you can see we have the arrow on our page. Another must have for web developers is animations. CSS allows us to animate almost every property that we use in the CSS. Let's look at one example. So here in an HTML file, we'll just add one div tag first. And to start with animation, we'll have to mention a keyframe. The keyframes allows us to create different steps for our animations. We'll keep the keyframes name to blink. So here in this example, we'll create a box and we'll add different colors at different points of animations. Right, so we'll write 0% and we'll set the background to indigo. We'll change the colors 5 times, so just copy paste this code 5 times. We want next change at 30%, so we'll set the background here, suppose say red. At 50% we want it yellow. At 70 we want it green. And finally we'll change it to say blue. So inside the div tag, we'll mention the height and width of the box first. Let's say 400 pixels and width also 400 pixels. Now we'll mention the border of the box. So just set it to say 1 pixel, solid black. Now for the animations part, we'll set the animation for 10 seconds and for infinite number of times. Write this WebKit so as to support in our Google Chrome. Now just save the file and go back to our page. And here you can see we have the animation on our box. You can style each and every element in an HTML using animations. Another thing you can do is add CSS gradient. The CSS gradient property allows you to add smooth transitions between two or more colors. For this purpose, you can get the gradient value from a website called cssgradient.io. Here in this website, you can get the mix and match of the different colors you want to use. Let's look at one example to understand better. So here in this HTML file, first let's set the height. So we'll set the height to 100%. Now inside the body tag, we'll keep the height as 100%. We'll mention one background color. Let's select different color this time. So we will use say this color this time. Just copy paste the value here. Now for the gradient value, just go back here in this website and you can select the color you want. Let's say I want a mix of this color and you can change the shades from here. Now when you're done with the colors, just go back below and copy this code here to your page. Now when you go back to the page, you'll have a beautiful gradient here. Let's try one more. This time a linear gradient. Just copy this value to your code. Just save the file and go back to the page. And you will have a linear gradient here. In this video, we are going to learn some of the more advanced features that can be used to optimize your web page and add some extra features to it. So let's get started. So the first function we are going to discuss is a CSS pseudo class. A CSS pseudo class is a keyword added to a selector that specifies the special state of the selected elements. Pseudo class lets you apply a style to an element not only in relation to the content of the documentary, but also in relation to external factors like history of the navigator, the status of its content, or the position of the mouse. Like hover, which lets you know if the mouse is over an element or not. So, the first pseudo class we are going to discuss is CSS hover. This pseudo class is used to add a special effect to an element when our mouse pointer is over it. Let's work an example to understand how this works. So we are on our Sublime text editor and we have added a standard boilerplate to it. So first I'll create a box element. We'll give this div class box. Let's save this and see right now what is the status of our page. So as you can see, we have this Simplilearn tag and the heading that we have given that the color changes when you hover over me. Now add a style tag to define the styling of the box. So we'll keep the background color of the box as pink. We'll keep the width to 300 pixels and height to 200 pixels. We'll set the margin to auto. Let's keep the font size to 40 pixels so that we can see the text clearly. And we'll align the text to the center. Just save and go back to the page. Now you can see we have this box with the tag, the color changes when you hover over me. Now to add the hover effect, you just have to mention the class with semicolon and hover. So we'll mention the class box with a semicolon and hover. We'll mention the background color to which the box will change when we hover our mouse. So we'll keep the background color to say a cyan color. Just save and go back to the page. So if you refresh and when you hover over it, you can see the color changes. So this is how the pseudo hover class works. The next pseudo class we are going to discuss is an active pseudo class. The active pseudo class represents an element that has been activated by the user either by pointing a device or by a touchscreen device. Let's work on an example to understand how to use the active class to change the color of active elements. The possible values could be any color name in any valid format. So we'll use the same example with some minor changes. First, let's change this text here. We'll keep it to click here to see the effects. We'll keep this part as same, and instead of hover here, we will use the active pseudo class. So we'll type active and we'll keep the background color to cyan. Let's text align this H1 to the center. Now when you refresh and go back, so you'll see here it is click here to see the effects. Now, to see the difference, now you can see when we are hovering over it, the color does not change it. Instead of it, when we click on it, the color changes. So, this is how the active hover class works. The next advanced property we are going to discuss is a CSS pseudo elements. A CSS pseudo element is a keyword added to a selector that lets you style a specific part of the selected element. You can use one pseudo class element in a selector. It must appear after the simple selectors in the statement. As a rule, double colon should be used instead of a single colon. This distinguishes the pseudo classes from the pseudo element. So the first pseudo element we are going to discuss is the first letter pseudo element. This pseudo element applies style to the first letter of the first line of the block level element. Let's work out an example to understand this better. Just delete everything. So let's add some content to the body. We'll add an H1 which says welcome to Simplilearn. And we'll add an H2 which says this is an example of first letter pseudo element. Let's add a style tag. We'll align the text in the body to the center. So we'll use text align center. Let's just give proper spacing here. Now to this H1 tag, we'll add the first letter pseudo. So to add the first letter pseudo element, just use the double colon and type first letter. We'll keep the font family of the first letter as say Lucida Calligraphy. There's a spelling mistake. We'll keep the font size to 3 centimeters. We'll keep the color to red. And let's add a text shadow for better animation. So we'll keep the text shadow to 5 pixels, 8 pixels, 9 pixels, and a color cyan. Now when you save and go back, just refresh. So this WC is a first letter pseudo element. As you can see, we have changed this first letter with a proper shadowing of a cyan color and a different font size. So this is how the first letter pseudo element works. The next one we are going to discuss is the before pseudo element. The before pseudo element can be used to insert some content before the content of an element. Let's work out an example. So just add the standard boilerplate. Inside the body, let's add welcome to Simplilearn. We'll add the text inside the Q tag. The Q tag defines a short quotation. So inside the Q tag, we'll add welcome, Q tag closed, to, and again Q tag, Simplilearn. Now that we have the text inside the body, let's add the styling. So we'll keep the font size of all the text to 30 pixels. This is the all selector we have used. Font size 30 pixels. Now before the text we are going to add some symbols. So we'll use double colon Q before. We'll add the content with some symbol like this. We'll keep the color of this symbol to blue. And we'll use the after pseudo class to add the content like this. We'll keep this color to red. Now that we have everything in place, let's go back to see how it looks. You can see the symbols before and after our text. So this is how the before pseudo element works. So the next function we are going to discuss is CSS loader. The CSS loader is an animation that shows the visitor about the page when it is loading. It is helpful when a page takes some seconds to load the page content. It is similar to the buffer sign. So let's see how to create a loader. So I hope you remember the concept of the keyframes and animations. If you want to revise the concepts, you can watch the previous videos on the keyframes and animations from the playlist. So let's create the loader. We have the standard boilerplate. So inside the body tag, just add the center tag, and inside it we'll add one h1 which says welcome to Simplilearn. We'll add 5 div tags with the class A1, A2, A3, A4 and A5. Just copy paste it 5 times. So this is A1, A2, A3, A4 and A5. Let's open our style tag. Inside our style tag, we'll first add color to our h1. So let's keep the color of our h1 to orange. Now comes the div tag. So for the div tags, we'll keep the display to block, keep the position to absolute. We'll set the width and height to 10 pixels each. So width 10 pixels and height 10 pixels. We'll use the calc function to determine the left margin. So to use the calc function, add calc 50% and minus 1 em. The calc function performs a calculation to be used as a property value. We'll keep the border radius to say 1.3 em. Em is relative to the font size of the element. 1.3 em means 1.3 times the size of the current font. We'll use the transform origin function with the value 1.3 em and 2 em. The transform origin property allows it to change the position of the transformed elements. 2D transformations can change the x and y axis. We'll keep the animation to rotate. We'll keep the animation iteration count to infinite, and we'll keep the animation duration to 2 seconds. Let's save and go back to the page to see how it looks at this point. So as you can see, we have our heading, and you cannot see it, but we have a loader ready, and we just have to add some keyframes and animations here. So let's define keyframes with the name of the animation, rotate. So at 0%, we'll use the transform function to rotate it to 0 degrees. Just copy this. At 100%, when it's complete, it will rotate to the complete 360 degrees. So here we'll give the value 360 degrees. Now let's design each of the classes here that we have defined. So dot a1, the animation delay will be of 0.1 seconds. So for each of the classes that we have here, we have to define them with a different color, so that when the loader appears, we can see them clearly with the different colors. So for this A1, let's keep the background color to say cyan. Just copy paste it so that we don't have to write our code again and again. 3, 4, and 5. Let's make changes here. So for the A2, we want it to appear after 0.2 seconds with the color pink. Let's keep this to 0.3 seconds. The color purple. .4 seconds with color green. 0.5 seconds with color black. We have kept the animation delay to so close like 0.1 seconds, 0.2 seconds, 0.3 seconds, so that the loader appears in a complete sync with each other. So just save the file and refresh and go back to the page. Now you can see this is the loader. We have our heading and this is like a buffer, and it will show when you have some content to load. In this tutorial, we are going to discuss what is responsive design and how we can achieve this using the CSS media queries. So let's get started. Making a website with an adaptable layout is called responsive web design, and CSS media queries are one of the most important parts of responsive design. In the past, building a website was much simpler. Today, a website layout should adapt itself not only to computers but also to tablets, mobile devices, and even TVs. So let's see how we can create a responsive web layout using CSS media queries with the help of an example. So here we are on a Sublime text editor. We have our standard boilerplate ready. So let's create something. So let's start by creating the 4 divs here. We'll give it a class name box. With an ID box1. We'll name this Windows. Just copy it 4 times. Let's rename this ID to box2 and here we'll type macOS. For the box 3 we'll have Linux, and for the box 4 we'll have Android. Let's add some styling over here. So just open the style tag. I will text align the text to, we'll set the text align to center. We'll set the background color. Let's select some color. So we'll go to this website HTML color codes, choose a good color. Select this color. This looks good. We'll set the text color to white. And we'll set the font size to say something 50 pixels. And just save the file and let's go back to and refresh the page. has some error. Let's figure it out. Okay, so first this is not valid. Split this. So now if you refresh, you see we have our divs with Windows, Mac OS, Linux and Android and with this background color. So to design the responsive web pages, we use the media queries. So what are media queries? Let's first discuss this. So a media queries are used when we want to customize the website's presentation according to the user's screen size. With the help of the media queries, you can display different markups based on the device's general type, mobile, desktop, tablet, you name it. A media query is a logical operation. Whenever a media query becomes true, then the related CSS is applied to the target element. So, to start the media query, just type @ and media. Now here, we'll mention the max width to say 400 pixels. And inside this media query, we write the CSS code that should take in effect when this condition is satisfied. So here, we'll set the box 1 to display block. Now, if you go back to the page and you refresh, you see nothing happens because we have not made this display to none. So first, go back to the CSS code and set here display to none. Now you can see we don't have any display here. So let's inspect the page first. So you'll see we have our contents here. Now you can see this is the layout we are currently using. The current width is 685 pixels into height 255 pixels. Now we have set here the max width to 400 pixels. This means if this width decreases to less than 400 pixels, this CSS code will kick in. So let's decrease the width here. So as you decrease this width, you see as soon as it gets less than 400 pixels, our CSS kicks in. So we have our windows displayed here, which is the box ID 1. So this is how the media query works. Let's add some more media queries to understand it better. So let's copy this code down. So now let's set this minimum width to 401 pixels and maximum to say 600 pixels. Now when this condition is true, let's say we want our box to display block with color green. So let's set the background color here to, let's say, green. Now we'll add one more media query. So just copy this code paste it here. So when the width is from 601 pixels to say 800 pixels, so we'll set the box tree display to block and color to say pink. So just save this and let's understand it on the page. So let's change the width of the screen. So see, as soon as the width goes less than 400 pixels, we have our windows on display. Now when we increase the width size and it goes more than 401 pixels, we have the Mac OS display. Keep on increasing it. Now see, the width is more than 600 pixels and we have a Linux on display. So this is how we create the responsive web design for the different devices.
Hello everyone and welcome you all. So today is very exciting day because today we're going to talk about something very interesting which is related to your CSS interview questions. As we know it very well, today in a current scenario, you being as a front-end developer, CSS playing a very important role. So in interview, what kind of questions are asked and what kind of answers we have to give, let's talk about those. Okay. So let's get started with those questions and answers. Okay, now here we'll talk about basic CSS interview questions. Now, name some CSS frameworks. As we know it very well, today in CSS environment, there are so many frameworks that are available. Okay, like we talk about CSS, these are the basically necessary libraries which offers you some very popular ready-made components which you can utilize into your existing project, and without writing much code, you can really create some awesome effects. So some of the very popular libraries are like in Foundation, Bootstrap, Gumby, UKit, Semantic UI, and many more which are available here. Okay. Now, what do you understand by the universal selector? See, universal selector, as you know it very well in CSS, normally we talk about specific selectors, like in talk about class selectors, ID selectors. They select a specific set of elements or a specific element. When we talk about universal selectors, universal selector is matches any element types, like instead of selecting elements of a particular type. So you talk about like an asterisk where all elements irrespective of what name and what category they have it, all will be selected. Next, tell us about rule set. See, typically rule set is for the identification for selector which can be attached with other selectors. So there are normally two rule sets are available. One we talk about declaration block and we talk about selector. So declaration block contains one or more semicolons separated by declarations, set of styles which we say, and the selector is means or which particular element this CSS style will be intended for. Next, what are the elements of CSS box model? Okay, so we know it very well. The CSS box model is all about offering you the layout, which is a part of the design element. So in CSS, we can see these elements are like in images. You talk about text, okay? You talk about padding, which is so-called area around the content. You talk about border, talk about margin, okay? So you talk about this CSS box model. Next, difference between CSS3 and CSS2. We know it very well. CSS has changed a lot and CSS3 has brought so many new features. So we talk about the difference. So in CSS2, so CSS splits up the different sections of code into the modules. So in CSS3, both CSS and HTML were put into the single file. In CSS3, there were no new way of writing the CSS rules. There are new view rules are available in writing a CSS rules. Normally in CSS3, it is a backward compatibility maintained by with the CSS3. But in CSS2, we do not have any backward compatibility maintained by the CSS2 here. Now, how can CSS be integrated into the HTML page? Like, in order to utilize this, we always use the style sheet. We use style tag. Okay, so multiple options are available. One, we talk about using the style tag in a head section. Else we talk about inline styling with an element itself. Or third, we talk about external style sheet which you can link it with your current HTML page, which anyways enforce reusability. Coming back, what is the RGB stream? So RGB stands for red, green and blue. So it represents a color in CSS. So they are basically starting with the color number 0 goes till 256. Next, what is the purpose of developing a CSS? Okay, the main purpose of developing a CSS to basically offer the visual appearance to give the better look and feel to your code, so that your HTML will offer only the skeleton part, but when it comes to the beautification, you talk about organization and everything, you talk about the CSS. Okay, so CSS offers the styling part of your web page which looks more attractive. So what is the difference between class and ID? See, these are the two different type of selectors are available in CSS. Class selectors and ID selectors. So class is the way of using these HTML elements. So they are not unique and have multiple elements. Where the ID is unique and it can be assigned to a single element. So with CSS, different documents can be controlled using the single style. So style can be grouped in a complex situation to offer the consistent look for the multiple HTML pages. So that is what the advantages you have it. So you can group multiple styles together and that you can reuse over the different pages to offer the consistent styling. Okay. Now we talk about some intermediate CSS interview questions. So here in the intermediate level, you will see like the first question is like what define a Z index. See, Z index is specify the stack order of the elements that overlap each other. Okay, so its default value is 0 and can take both negative and positive values. Okay, the higher the Z index value is stacked above the lower index element. So it normally takes the following value, talk about like an auto, number, initial and inherit. Next, you talk about what are the benefits of CSS sprite. See, the main benefit of CSS sprite is like loading a multiple image is not an issue. Okay, blinking is not seen. There's some advantages are available. Like when you talk about like one single or small images, it really takes a lot of time to download it individually. So CSS sprites loading multiple image is not an issue. Blinking is not seen because normally what happens, blinking happens when the image is getting loaded. So advanced downloading of asset doesn't make a place of until needed. That's the benefit of having the CSS sprites. Next, how can you target the H3 and H2 with the same styling? So you can do the comma separated. So you can see multiple elements can be targeted with using comma separated. So you use comma separated values to give the consistent style to both the elements. So name and media types allowed by CSS. So media types are basically a part of your responsiveness. Different media types are allowed like in speech, audio, visual, tactile media, continuous or paged media, grip media or bitmap or interactive media. These are all type of medias are allowed in CSS. So how can you use CSS to control image repetition? So we talk about no repeat. So background repeat properties which is available. So you can see background repeat none so that it would not be repeated again and again within your background. Okay, so we're talking about the next questions like about the image scrolling control. How you can control the image scrolling so that you want the image to be remain fixed and rest of the part gets scrolled. So here it is a part of your background attachment property. So here you say the background repeat, no repeat, and you see background attachment fixed. So that when you scroll down, your image is not going to be scrolled. So that is the benefit of this image control scrolling. Now, name some font related CSS attributes. So we have some options available, like you talk about font style, weight, variance, size, family. These are the font related CSS attributes. Define contextual selector. So normally in CSS, the contextual selectors allows developer to specify style of a different part of the document. Okay, so style which you utilize it can be aligned directly to the static HTML pages to create independent classes. Okay, that's called contextual selector. So responsive web design. Responsive web design is a web design which you want to remain consistent across multiple device screens or the different type of screen sizes, and you want to offer the better layout which doesn't looks bloated over the different websites. So that's the benefit which you see when you talk about like responsive web design. CSS nomenclature. CSS nomenclature means the styling commands are written in a value on a property fashion. Okay, so normally CSS includes a system terminator semicolon. The entire style is wrapped in a curly braces and attached to the dedicated selector. Okay, so this actually creates a style sheet that can be applied to an HTML page. So this is the standard nomenclature. Okay, now coming back to the next point, advanced CSS interviews. I will tell you about few questions which are normally asked as a part of advanced CSS. Okay, now when do you use translate instead of absolute positioning? Okay, so the translate in a CSS, okay, transform value on changing. You can talk about opacity or transform. Okay, so the browser reflow or repaint is not triggered when you talk about this translate. Okay, so the transform requires a browser to create a GPU layer for elements. Okay, but using the CPU changes absolute positioning property. So translate is more efficient and result in shorter paint times. Next, name different ways to position same aspects in CSS. Okay, so you talk about positioning properties. Okay, so there are 5 different positions values are. Number one, you talk about fixed, you talk about static, you have absolute, you have got relative, and you have got sticky. So 5 different positioning elements are available in CSS. What are mixins? Mixins is a similar to the function block of code returning a single value. It is a kind of function which we say. Okay, so traditionally it is used in a SAS, or okay, which is typically called statically awesome style sheet. So that code that directly compiles into the CSS styles. So how can you optimize the web page for the prints? So you actually identify a control, okay, so-called contents areas of a website. A general website has a footer, header, sidebar, or nav bar, or content area. So normally we say conquer the print media without changing the website's integrity by using the page breaks. So creating a styles for print, size your page for print, and avoid unnecessary HTML tables. So using this you can optimize the print of your web pages. So what is the meant by CSS working under the hood? So when your browser display a document, it actually combines the style, okay, which presents information and document content. So the document is actually processed in 2 stages. Number one, conversation, okay, or conversion of HTML and CSS into the document object model, so-called DOM, and DOM display contents of browser. Difference between the use of ID selector and class selector, we have already seen that, but this is a simple demo of how the ID selector and class selectors are used. The difference is all about using, so here you have a called ID which you use dot, sorry, this hash, and there you use dot. So tell us about CSS float property. So normally CSS float properties of positioning an image to the right or left as needed. So it typically including text wrapping around it. So all properties of elements used before it remain unchanged. That is known as called float. So what do you understand with the pseudo elements? So pseudo elements are special effects to your selectors. So normally CSS finds, okay, use in applying styles in a HTML markup. So if additional markup or style is not feasible for a document, then pseudo elements help by allowing extra markup without interfering with the original document. Difference between logical and physical tag. So normally logical tags focus on the content, okay, and are older as compared to the physical ones. Logical ones do not find much usage in presentation in terms of utilization. At the same time, physical ones find application in presentations. So how media type works in CSS type? So we have discussed already about a media type. So we normally say 4 different type of media properties are available, like in print, speech, and screens. Okay, like you talk about print media screen, so we use always @ media print. You talk about H2, so this changes according to what option you're offering it. So guys, here we have multiple CSS question, and frequently our CSS interview questions are offered. Like tell something about CSS3. Okay, so we say CSS is divided into the modules and is supported by almost every single browser. Okay, it is an advanced version of CSS2 and offering you lot many other advanced level features which typically in CSS2 we do not have that. Okay, now we talk about how CSS selectors used. So with the CSS selectors we can choose any element of your HTML. Okay, so you talk about element, attribute, you talk about any child selector, you can basically select it. So what are CSS image scripts? So the group of image placed into the one single image is in a CSS image script. It can reduce the load time because individual images certainly take more time. So this takes more time comparatively. So we have got explain CSS specificity. So the CSS specificity is a rank or score that decides style declarations to be used to an element. ID selectors have high specificity while universal selector has low specificity. That's how the specificity is all about. So the four CSS categories that authorize the selector's specificity levels are IDs, inline, element, pseudo, and class and style attributes. So these are the different type of conditions based on that the specificity is considered. Define gradients in CSS. We know the gradient are again a CSS3 property that allows displaying the smooth transformation from one type of color to the another color. Okay, so that's really awesome technique through which you can talk about linear gradient or else you talk about radiant gradients. Two different type of gradients are used and supported. So what are the properties of Flexbox? So we know Flexbox are basically designed for the alignment purpose. So typical the flex boxes are flex direction. You talk about wrap, flow content, align items and the contents like that. It is once again the property of alignment. So tell us about the usage of CSS box model. So normally box model is a box binding in HTML elements that includes padding, border, margin and the actual contents for the more better alignment. So normally with the box model, you get an authority to add a border all around the elements and define space between the elements. So what are the position states in CSS? So we normally talk about four positions in CSS, so-called relative, static, absolute and fixed. The default position is state is always static. So difference between absolute and relative in CSS. So normally relative is useful for some tags in CSS. If we write like 20 pixels, then padding shift 20 pixels in a right. But when we talk about absolute, so it is absolute is relative to the non-static parent. That means if I'm talking about, if we say right 20 pixels, the result will be 20 pixels far from the right edge of the parent element. That's how the relative and absolute position is. So what is the common between class and ID? See, both class and ID used in HTML. Okay, for the CSS purpose, the ID is used as an element where the class is used as a block.
So, thank you all for watching this session on HTML and CSS full course. We hope you enjoyed it. If you have any questions, feel free to put them in the comment section on this video. Thank you again and happy learning.
Hi there, if you like this video, subscribe to the Simplilearn YouTube channel and click here to watch similar videos. To nerd up and get certified, click here.